All right, stream time, stream time. Hello, hello. Here we are again. Time to continue with all of these lines. You can see last time I started adding a little bit of the shadow. Just a little bit. I tend to do that when I don't feel like further adding any new stuff, but I need to be making progress. Whenever I feel a little, artist's block, just start working on some shadows. Because you're going to have to do it eventually. And it's going to take a long time. So you might as well chip away at it. So why don't we do even more of this? I'm usually pretty bad with light sources. Yeah, because I don't draw real things. I never practice drawing real things. So I just always do a boring, assume the light source is coming from the top left, 45-ish degrees. But I'm not too strict about that. We're not exactly striving for realism here. Of course, when I say that, I also realize that even if it's a fake object, being able to shade and pretend that it is a real object, certainly quite effective in terms of making cool stuff. But oh well.
Don't become a streamer if you want to do art.
Darkest is lurking on you because you're sick. I'm sick too. I'm fucking sick, bro. No. I'm actually been sick this week as well. I didn't stream yesterday because I was sick and just didn't feel like it. No, you get well, Darkest. You. Sick of me. Nine, 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 nine. Oh, maybe one day we'll have a new metal stream. We'll only be listening to new metal. That magical, like 1999 to 2002. And earlier, if you know, to encompass the entirety of the corn years.
I will bully you, poke your booty. That's how it goes over here.
You're such a bully, Darkest. Always a bully. All right. Have a lurk. Have a lurk-see. You know, it's tedious enough having to do all these tiny little lines, but I also tend to go over all the lines like a second time. They're just not black enough. Hmm. Oh no, why did this camera freeze? Interesting. Um, the freeze appears to be on the OBS side. So let's see. What if we deactivate and reactivate? Oh, did it not like that? Why do you do this to me, technologies? Okay. In theory, this is working again. Boom. Beautiful. And it's out of focus. There we go. Live troubleshooting. I'd be curious to know what percentage of Twitch, like of all the Twitch streamed hours, what is the percentage that is live troubleshooting? While probably not a massive like percentage number, I'm still gonna guess it's like a non-negligible amount of like hours. And then of all that troubleshooting, what type of troubleshooting, what type of problem is going down? I'm gonna guess is audio. Audio's probably number one. Audio related, anyway. Yeah, that was a little messy here, but that's okay. We're gonna end up going over that anyway. all these shadows are just the initial rough pass, like where they're going to go. Later on, we'll probably make them even more extreme. Especially on these big, thicker sections. Like this here will be casting a bigger shadow than what I currently have, but at the moment, we're going to ignore that. I always like how it look. Once the shadows start coming in, that's when the piece starts really happening, I think. So, I mean, you look just this area. It's all flat. It's a little boring. Then this, it's a little more fun. It's a little more fun. Oh no, hairs on the pen. Never ink with hair in the vicinity. Unless you're trying to make chaotic marks happen. Because inevitably, hair will act like a paintbrush. And drag ink all over the place. Mm-hmm. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That mix did not work. This might work though.
and he played for hours until it was time to stop time, to slow down. And when he was finished, the shaman said, "Close your eyes and let the learning of creative new patterns continue unconsciously." And as soon as the man heard the shaman say, "Close your eyes," his body immediately felt that feeling of heavy weightlessness. It was becoming easier and easier to enter the zone. He was beginning to understand that the body, like the mind, contained memories. And these memories of deep comfort and relaxation could be activated quickly. And as his body continued remembering those comfortable feelings and sensations, his mind was listening to the shaman's voice, which was moving all around him. You are entering the third phase of change, the phase of fine-tuning your intuition. This is the creative part of your odyssey. And the stories that you are about to hear will help in this process by providing new thoughts, new feelings, new sensations, and new behaviors. And as those words resonated around him, his conscious mind drifted away, and the tales of creative wisdom began. The young girl of light had always loved her grandmother's stories. There existed ever since she was little, capable of it wasn't just that her grandmother was a great storyteller, which she was to her. It was more. As they approached, it was as the stories, the captains taught her something at the control. Use your talent. Sometimes for driving, she knew what a story meant. Hyperspace. And sometimes she proved considerably, but not understanding the meaning of the story, or see if an idea will appear consciously. Soon wasn't after they started scamming the system, for my grandmother turned up. There was a magical part of her mind on that planet that was capable of understanding. You will find ideas soon, she said. After that, exist there on many levels. Computer banks and flashed, and that answer will become clear. It's stated as time goes on, life forms. And one every Sunday was causing the two of them would meet many problems. After lunch, on the planet, the grandmother would say, "Move closer. You know what it's, so we will be time for insight. Story time," the little captain said, would say. And maybe that's right. so we can help find a solution. Comfortable position in the chair. Be available. And let's begin. The spacecraft then once upon a time through the outer planet. There was a little girl of the solar system whose mother was a scientist close enough and whose father was a musician. So they could see clearly the possibilities. They had a very for her learning cloaking device almost endless that prevented every Saturday detection. She would go thus to the laboratory, able to observe and watch her mother look at cells through a microscope. Of a few months, she always enjoyed her afternoons. Stay focused, watching, and then her mother explore complete analysis. An idea finally popped up. Her mother was convinced more information was contained lies in the nucleus of the cell between the then was known at that time. In the what's a nucleus species? Asked the girl. It seems well, top part in each cell you have the answer, a control center. In just like your brain, new connections, replied her mother. So the older parts, it's the responsibility of each nucleus to figure out the problem, what needs to be taken care of. Separation. Does that mean? Asked the girl. And the nucleus of a cell, it like is my own mind, can also problem think to solve it through. Isn't quite like that. Few weeks, replied her mother. Right now, your mind is exploring, imagining more of the nucleus of a cell. Focused on can't think on the level planetary your mind is thinking right now. Them to figure out the problem when things is how to define what goes on in the nucleus of a cell. Each species, and that's experience for another time. And these discussions with her mother always made the girl, you can feel good, understand, and she had an origins good time of any problem to succeed as much at altering but about the existing things, mental structures. When she was with, however, her father would take every creative Sunday patience, and this meant it would keep working hard. The ship and crew here for a while. But the captain viewed this as an important problem, one worth solving. She would know he had been given the power to make these decisions by the higher authorities, or whether, and he felt very comfortable in doing so. To solve the problem had to have a solution. Talk about and he believed his science there of flow would find the answer. He would say, and happens when he met while I'm with them. He said, suddenly now that we know why it happened, it's time to help them get their just a spectator evolutionary groove back on track. The ideas flew. The staff began exploring various options through me. Some of them were immediately discarded. Exactly when the idea will happen of having the changes occur very rapidly to stay was immediately dismissed. Eventually, they felt that good happens by trying. She loved a subtle approach to him. They would have music a much better chance. The process they creating new ideas. It was going to be one day delicate process. Watching him play, very delicate. She sat down, so it had to be completely mistake-free. Spontaneously, the answer came without her conscious mind. As they were reviewing, she had learned the Earth's planetary memory banks. Sounds up until that time, they were trying to change the structures as they exist now. Finally, it all ideas connected spontaneously. Point on, we need to go back in time. Learning, the chief officer said, back to the origins. I have a theory that by altering the physical and the social, emotional environment of early humans at a critical point in their evolutionary development, it will allow their earlier brain structures to slowly integrate with one another. Find the answer. As she got older and went to college, she realized that at some point she would have to make a decision to succeed. There comes a time in everyone's life when decisions have to be made. A time when one has to choose a career and put all of one's energy in toward that goal can be reached. Such was the dilemma once faced by this young woman who was struggling with this decision. But it wasn't easy, for she loved moving, both science and music, and she loved them both the same. This is something I am going to have to solve. The problem, she said to herself at this point, and the answer came to her in a dream one night. Her unconscious mind had new thoughts. There was more than one perspective, and everyone more in the science than one possibility. And it was able to make the connection, express their idea, and present it to her. The captain, her unconscious mind knew closer. It was time for insight. A decision had to be made. Humans soon behave on the planet, and the answer was contained in an image becoming clearer. An image that was a fusion of a cell alter and a keyboard environment with the keyboard taking the place of the genetic structure of the nucleus section to find the answer. The proper wavelength was not choosing one over the other, healing elements, but combining her interest in the two was complete. When she awoke in the morning, she was aware of a new feeling, confident. Two very important parts of her, the captain, were now integrated to the crew. And let's stay focused in the past. It felt longer as if a big weight had been removed from her shoulders. In this way, her struggle was now over. Intervention. And it was now time for the solution, a commitment to the human's dilemma, to a new idea. So let's check. Somewhere, deep down inside, there must exist the universal musical sounds in each of us. And the image in the dream was saying that it exists on a cellular level. Less conflict. What a breakthrough. The block this would be, which had prevented if such a reality actually existed in the brain, was now finally this feeling its way. She felt she could trust your intuition to solve the problem was correct, would be a major scientific as well as artistic discovery. Reason and both of her parents were very pleased with how she handled her dilemma, and it's proud of the commitment to follow through. She had figured out a way and go to combine her two passions in life. What's happening? And now it was time in the present to get to work and find out whether the basis for music exists in the individual human cell. Sophisticated social. I like that story. The girl said to her grandmother, any type of conflict. But I want to know what happens. Women. Does she find the answer she was looking for? And something else. Oh, that's another story. Still debate her grandmother replied. Strange looking, and we'll have plenty of time to find out what happens. When the story's ending, the man could feel himself drifting up out of the zone and back toward waking consciousness. And as he began to focus once again, he sensed deep down inside that he had indeed acquired some knowledge. And even though his conscious mind was unaware of the specifics of this knowledge, the sensations in his body told him that they were there. They are there, said the shaman, reading the man's mind. And like before, these learnings will manifest themselves as new thoughts, new feelings, new sensations, and behaviors. And you know, all of this will occur spontaneously. For the learnings that are acquired while in the zone are stored just off the stage of your conscious mind, waiting for their cue to step out into the limelight of consciousness and make their presence felt. And as the meaning of that thought resonated all through him, he began reorienting his mind and body to the experience of everyday time. And as he turned to leave, the shaman said, "We will meet once more. And until then, enjoy the changes."
Once there lived an astronomer who was mesmerized by the night sky. He would stay awake all night, admiring the constellations sparkling in the darkness overhead. He lived in a small village in ancient Greece, where the mountains climbed up from the sea. The hillside was dotted with small houses, which formed a constellation of their own. But although he lived in a wonderful place, he had a singular passion. Once he was awakened to the beauty of the night sky, it wasn't long before the astronomer cared for nothing else. The astronomer lived in a squat white house, adorned simply with a bed, dresser, desk, and chair. He didn't need much else, because all he did in the house was sleep and record the constellations while sitting at his desk. He had no need for a table or chairs for guests, as he rarely entertained a single friend or relative. He had no time for such things when there was always more of the night sky to discover. What wonders must still lie above to help people navigate, tell the time, and read the seasons, he thought. In his dreams, all he saw were the stars. He wished he could float into space to get a better look at the pinpricks of light that made up his life's work. The little corner of Greece where he lived was blessed with clear skies, and the astronomer wanted to discover as much of them as he could. Each night he wandered further from the village, feet pacing over the rocky ground, to see the stars from different viewpoints. In the village, the townspeople farmed, gardened, and fished every day. All who lived there knew everything about everyone else. And so, the astronomer felt there was much more possibility in the heavens. Wanting to take full advantage of his nighttime strolls, the astronomer slept in the hot afternoon, while his friends and family enjoyed long meals together. At night, While they slumbered, he wandered the fields alone, climbing rolling hills and strolling on rocky paths, always gazing skyward. As dawn broke and the rest of the village was waking up, the astronomer would tuck himself away in the privacy of his home and write down his observations from the night before. Then he'd drift off to sleep, dreaming of the night ahead. He was so consumed by the world of galaxies, planets, and celestial bodies. All the most exciting things, the astronomer thought, happened at night. During the day, light illuminated all. But when the night sky took over, so much remained a mystery. It was a challenge to learn about it all. He watched the seasons pass through the stars, the landscape changing around him while he slept. Since he only went out at night, the astronomer never noticed the blooming of new flowers in spring, or the sweet, earthy scent of autumn. Someone else had already learned all there was to know about everything on land, he thought. What hid in the night sky was untapped potential, secrets, and unanswered questions. The astronomer watched Artemis's hunt in the stars. He sought the gods of Olympus in the constellations. Sometimes, under the glint of the moon, he would visit the temple of Artemis to pay tribute to the beauty shining in the sky above. The temple in his village had an open roof, which was perfect for stargazing. He barely noticed the architect's marble columns or carved statues, as he only cared for the creations above. One night, the astronomer was out for his walk, gazing up at the stars, as he always did. He was admiring the way the Big and Little Dipper fit perfectly together. Not looking where he was going, he tripped over a log and found himself tangled in his robes on the ground. His neighbour happened to hear the commotion and came out to see what had happened. The astronomer chuckled at his clumsiness and gathered himself together. As the neighbour helped him to his feet, he said, "My friend, why do you spend so much time looking at the stars when you fail to see what is right in front of you?" The astronomer laughed. He thought of the beauty in the stars and the night sky, the joy of gazing at worlds so far away from his own. But perhaps his neighbour was right. Maybe he spent too much time looking up at the sky, and not enough time enjoying what was given to him on Earth. The astronomer returned home, and for the first time since he was a child, fell asleep at night. He awoke in the morning to the town coming alive. The sounds of laughter and quiet chatter rolled in the warm breeze outside. At first, the astronomer felt gloomy. What had he missed in the heavens last night? But then, as he dressed and went outside, his smile slowly grew. The same neighbour who had helped him the night before invited him over for breakfast. There was delicious, soft, crusty bread, crisp on the outside and doughy on the inside, along with hard cheeses and a warm mug of strong coffee. How long had it been since the astronomer had eaten freshly baked bread, or enjoyed a mug of coffee shared with a friend? As they sat and sipped their coffee around the outdoor table, the astronomer told the neighbour's wife what had happened the night before. When they were finished, the couple decided to accompany him on a walk around the village. They were determined to help him experience everything they loved about their hometown. They set off together to walk down the lane. "Doesn't the soft earth feel wonderful beneath your feet?" they asked him. "Can you smell the fresh bread and coffee all the other villagers are enjoying this morning?" The astronomer's senses were delighted by the aroma of breakfast, and he noticed how the earth was slightly soft, but still firm beneath his feet, cushioning each step he took. In all the hours he had spent wandering, he'd never realized how wonderful it could be. If he had paid so much attention to the ground the night before, perhaps he never would have tripped. They walked past a woman selling fruit from a little stand. "I haven't seen you in a while," the fruit seller called to the astronomer, waving him over. "Let's share some fresh juice together." She squeezed oranges into a cup. They let off the delicate and enticing floral scent of orange blossoms. When he took his first sip, the cool, sweet taste of the juice filled his mouth. Yes, the stars at night are beautiful, but you can't drink the stars, he mused to himself. In that moment, the astronomer thought the glittering constellations only looked half as sweet as this earthly delight. When the neighbours told the fruit seller of their mission to help him see the beauty of the town, she said they must go and visit her niece's garden. For if you were enjoying the wonders on earth, that was the best place in town to do so. "I'll show you the way," she said, closing up her stall in favour of a new adventure. As they walked down the lane, more and more of their neighbours came out to join them. They weren't used to seeing the astronomer out and about during the day, so they each had a spot they wanted to show him. The astronomer couldn't remember the last time he'd been around so many people. He had opted for the quiet of night rather than the noises of daytime. But now that he was truly listening, he could hear the music in his friends' voices. When the group arrived at the niece's garden, she welcomed them with open arms. What an honour to have the great astronomer in my garden for the very first time, she said with a smile. Together, he and the townspeople admired the flowers. The niece pointed to a bunch of red blooms growing around a wooden archway. These are special wildflowers created by Aphrodite, she told him. The astronomer stood under the arch, admiring the red and green, mixing with the brown wood overhead. The flowers smelt piney and a little sweet. He enjoyed them immensely. Next, they looked at a patch of beautiful purple irises. When the astronomer peered at them closely, he could see the white circles surrounding the yellow center that gave the flower its distinctive name. They gazed at orange lilies and white orchids, immersing themselves in the fresh and fragrant air of the garden. When it was time to leave, the niece decided to join the rest of her neighbours on their walk around the village. Watching the astronomer experiencing these pleasures for the first time was reminding everyone just how wonderful life on Earth could be. The astronomer strolled in the middle of the group as they left the centre of the village and continued down the road to the Temple of Apollo. The pillars of the temple glittered in the sunlight. The astronomer noticed the change underfoot as he stepped from the dirt path to the temple's marble floor. The heat of the day was growing, and he appreciated the cool ground beneath him and the roof above. It was quite different from the Temple of Artemis, he thought. He took a moment to stand still. His feet pressed into the marble, and a gentle breeze wound its way through the pillars, keeping him cool in the shade of the temple. The other townspeople around him explored the building, admiring the statues and carvings on the walls. He enjoyed the feeling of staying still while the world moved around him. Perhaps he need not always be in motion, he thought. Sometimes it was best to take a break from work and study and just enjoy existing in the moment. When he was ready, he walked slowly around the walls of the temple, admiring the details. The great artists and architects had embedded them into this special place, which was used for community gatherings and for paying homage to the gods. When the sun rose higher in the sky, the group left the temple and gathered in the shaded village square for lunch. They each shared what they had: soft cheeses, leftover bread from the morning, roasted barley, and juicy olives. The astronomer relished each burst of flavour in his mouth. Before, he had hurried through meals, stealing bites in between long periods of stargazing. Now, foods. How have I never taken the time to really experience this before? He wondered. He ate slowly, enjoying the sweet and salty tastes intermingled on his tongue, and noticing how the crunchy barley and soft cheese complemented each other perfectly. When they'd finished the main course, the fruit seller fetched a basket of her produce for dessert. The villagers drizzled the different fruits with honey, making them even sweeter and more decadent. The astronomer took a bite of each, delighting in the rich flavors. After the meal, the people lazily walked back to their homes for a nap. They waved goodbye to each other and promised to visit again soon. Sleep during the day was one thing the astronomer was used to. But when he got home and lay down on his bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Instead, he paid attention to the soft sound of his breath, moving in and out of his body. He listened to the gentle twittering of birds outside, accompanied by the soft buzzing of bees. Through the open window, he smelled the flowers in the garden. A light gust of wind brought in all the delightful aromas of herbs, spices, and greenery. He lay there, resting his body and using his senses to immerse himself in the world around him. As the sun drifted lower in the sky, the astronomer heard a knock at the door. His neighbours had come to fetch him. There was one more thing they wanted to show him this evening. Together, they walked the winding path up the mountain next to the village. The path was narrower here, and the parade of townsfolk carried blankets and baskets on their heads. The evening breeze rustled the shrubs around them, and birds followed along above, wondering where the procession of villagers was going. The astronomer watched the clicking heels of the woman in front of him and heard the footsteps of the man behind. His senses felt alive and heightened in a way he had never experienced before, even at night. When they reached a plateau, they spread out the blankets and unpacked the food. Looking around, he realized everyone had brought all of the finest things in their pantries. The farmer took out fresh vegetables and meats. The fisherman unpacked salted herring and calamari. Boiled eggs were sliced and passed around, and everyone shared wine from an ornate glass jug. The people talked and laughed, but the astronomer sat in silence, taking everything in. He listened to the stories of his new friends' lives that he had so often ignored before. He saw the way the trees swayed in the wind, casting shadows on the rocks dotting the mountainside. He could see the village below and the peak of the mountain above, and he enjoyed the aromas of all the different foods the people had lovingly prepared. Soon, the sun began to paint the sky in vibrant hues. In all the time the astronomer had sought the stars, he had never before appreciated their opening act. He had always waited for the sunset to finish and night to fall. But now that he had slowed down, he could admire each shade of yellow, pink, red, and purple as the sun lowered itself sleepily behind the mountain's peak. When the final rays of sun disappeared beneath the horizon, the villagers packed up the remaining food and folded the blankets, ready to go home for the night. But the astronomer stopped them. "Now I have something to show you," he said. His friends unfurled their blankets and lay down on the soft earth, watching the sky grow dark overhead. Glittering white and yellow stars began to poke through the darkness, delighting the villagers watching from below. The astronomer had seen the stars many times before, but he'd never noticed how their bright light brought out the shadows of the trees and heightened the contrast of the ground below. He lay back on his blanket, admiring each constellation as it revealed itself. One by one, he pointed them out to the villagers, who were appreciative to be sharing in his knowledge. "I understand why you like to walk at night, but isn't it also wonderful to be still under the stars?" his neighbor asked him. The astronomer nodded his head in agreement. He didn't always have to be searching for something new. When so much beauty revealed itself around him every night, he wanted to fully take it in, not rush to discover the next thing. As they lay there, stargazing, the villagers felt their eyelids growing heavy. They began to yawn, and they knew it was time to pack up their things and go home to bed. In a slow and careful line, they tiptoed down the mountain. The astronomer felt the path beneath his feet, noticing each pebble or twig he passed over. The stars illuminated the way home, and as they walked, the villagers whispered of all they'd seen in the sky above. When they reached the village square, all the townspeople waved goodbye. One after another, they retreated into their homes, finding cozy spots on soft mattresses and under warm blankets. The astronomer, too, went back to his house. But instead of crawling into bed, he brought a pillow and blanket outside. He laid them down on a soft patch of grass and rested his head on the pillow. Tonight, he would dream of stars again. But this time, he would fully realize their beauty. He slowly let his eyes close as the light breeze and gentle hooting of owls lulled him to sleep under the glorious night sky.
Tonight, I'll be reading Lewis Carroll's classic novel, Alice in Wonderland. So get cozy in bed and close your eyes. Chapter 1: Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and of having nothing to do. Once or twice, she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? So she was considering in her own mind as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy, whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall be late." When she thought it over afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered at this, but at the time, it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it. Burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after it, and fortunately was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment, down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was going to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped suddenly down. So suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping before she found herself falling down a very deep well. Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her and to wonder what was going to happen next. First, she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed they were filled with cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung upon pegs. She took down a jar from one of the shelves as she passed. It was labeled orange marmalade, but to her great disappointment, it was empty. She did not want to drop the jar for fear of killing somebody underneath. So she managed to put it into one of the cupboards as she fell past it. Well, thought Alice to herself, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of a house, which was very likely true. Down, down, down. Would the fall never come to an end? Alice wondered. I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time, she said aloud. I must be getting somewhere near the center of the earth. Let me see. That would be 4,000 miles down, I think. For you see, Alice had learned several things of this sort in her lessons in the schoolroom. And although this was not a very good opportunity for showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still it was good practice to say it over to herself. Yes, that's about the right distance, she thought. But then I wonder what latitude or longitude I've got to. Alice had no idea what latitude was, or longitude either, but thought they were nice, grand words to say. Presently, she began again. I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downward to the ground. The antipathies, I think. She was rather glad there was no one listening this time, as it didn't sound at all like the right word. But, said Alice, I shall have to ask them what the name of the country is, you know. Please, Mom, is this New Zealand or Australia? She tried to curtsy as she spoke. Fancy curtsying as you're falling through the air. Do you think you could manage it? And what an ignorant girl they'll think me for asking, said Alice. No, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written up somewhere. Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice soon began talking again. Dinah will miss me very much tonight, I should think, she said. Dinah was the cat. I hope they'll remember her saucer of milk at tea time. Dinah, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, I'm afraid. But you might catch a bat, and that's very like a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats, I wonder? And here, Alice began to get rather sleepy, and went on saying to herself, in a dreamy sort of way, do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats? And sometimes, do bats eat cats? For you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she put it. She felt that she was dozing off, and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dinah, and saying to her very earnestly, "Now, Dinah, tell me the truth. Did you ever eat a bat?" When suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt, and she jumped up onto her feet in a moment. She looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before her was another long passage, and the White Rabbit was still in sight, hurrying down it. There was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say, as it turned a corner, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." She was close behind it when she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all around the hall, but they were all locked. And when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever going to get out again. Suddenly, she came upon a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it except a tiny golden key, and Alice's first thought was that it might belong to one of the doors of the hall. But alas, either the locks were too large or the key was too small. But at any rate, it would not open any of them. However, on the second time around,
Darkest.
she came upon a low
Darkest.
she had not noticed before. And behind it was a little door about
What's up with you?
in
What's
time.
up with you?
She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her great delight, it fit. Alice opened the door and found that it led to a small passage, not much larger than a rat hole. She knelt down and looked along the passage into the loveliest garden.
Just feel the need to make some
How she longed to get out
exclamations
and
during your lurk.
among those beds of bright
Feeling dizzy, that's up with me.
fountains.
Yes, the wonderful dizziness.
Through the doorway. And even if my head would go through, thought poor Alice, it would be of very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could fold up like a telescope. I think I could, if I only knew how to begin.
Head Jesus?
For you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened lately
Heege?
that Alice had begun to think that very few
Heeg?
indeed were really impossible. There seemed to be no use waiting by the little door. So she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate, a book of rules for folding people up like telescopes. This time, she found a little bottle on it, which certainly was not here before, said Alice. And round the back of the bottle was a paper label with the words, "Drink me," beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all very well to say, "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. "No, I'll look first," she said, "and see whether it's marked poison or not." For she had read several nice little stories about children who had gotten burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they did not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds. And she had never forgotten that if you drink from a bottle marked poison, it is almost certain to disagree with you sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it. It had, in fact, a sort of mixed flavour of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast. And, finding it very nice, she soon finished it off. "What a curious feeling," said Alice. "I must be folding up like a telescope." And so it was indeed. She was now only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now the right size for going through the little door into that lovely garden. First, however, she waited for a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this. "For it might end, you know," said Alice to herself, "in my going out altogether, like a candle. I wonder what I should be like then." And she tried to fancy what the flame of a candle is like after the candle is blown out, for she could not remember ever having seen such a thing. After a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided on going into the garden at once. But alas for poor Alice. When she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key. And when she went back to the table for it, she found she could not possibly reach it. She could
Poor
see it
Alice.
quite plainly through the glass, and tried her best to climb up one of the legs of the table. But it was too slippery. When she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried. "Come, there's no use in crying like that," said Alice to herself rather sharply. "I advise you to leave off this minute." She generally gave herself very good advice, though she very seldom followed it. And sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears into her eyes. Once, she remembered scolding herself for having cheated in a game of croquet she was playing against herself. For this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people. But it is no use now, thought Alice, to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person. Soon, her eye fell on a little glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it and found in it a very small cake, on which the words "Eat me" were beautifully marked in currants. "Well, I'll eat it," said Alice. "And if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key. And if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door. So either way, I'll get into the garden, and I don't care which happens." She ate a little bit and said anxiously to herself, "Which way? Which way?" holding her hand on top of her head to feel which way it was growing. And she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this generally does happen when one eats cake. But Alice had gotten so much into the way of expecting nothing but out of the way things to happen that it seemed quite dull for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work and very soon finished off the cake. Chapter 2: The Pool of Tears. "Curiouser and curiouser," cried Alice. She was so surprised that for the moment she quite forgot how to speak. "Now I'm opening out like the largest telescope that ever was. Goodbye, feet." For when she looked down at her feet, they seemed to be almost out of sight. They were getting so far off. "Oh, my poor little feet. I wonder who will put on your shoes and stockings for you now, dears. I'm sure I shan't be able. I shall be a great deal too far off to trouble myself about you. You must manage the best way you can, but I must be kind to them. thought Alice. Or perhaps they won't walk the way I want to go. Let me see.
What's
I
this
give
looking
them a new
like?
pair of boots every Christmas. And she went on, planning to herself how she would manage it. They must go by the mail carrier, she thought. And how funny it'll seem, sending presents to one's own feet. And how odd the directions will look. I shall address the package to Alice's right foot, Esquire, hearth rug near the fender, with Alice's love. Oh dear, what nonsense I'm talking. Just then, her head struck against the roof of the hall. In fact, she was now more than 9 feet high, and she at once took up the little golden key and hurried off to the garden door. Poor Alice. It was as much as she could do, lying down on one side to look through into the garden with one eye. But to get through was more hopeless than ever. She sat down and began to cry again. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, said Alice. A great girl like you to go on crying in this way. Stop this moment, I tell you. But she went on all the same, shedding gallons of tears, until there was a large pool all around her, about 4 inches deep and reaching halfway down the hall. After a time, she heard a little pattering of feet in the distance, and she hastily dried her eyes to see what was coming. It was the White Rabbit returning, splendidly dressed, with a pair of white kid gloves in one hand and a large fan in the other. He came trotting along in a great hurry, muttering to himself as he came.
In New Orleans, and it was even in the
The
newspaper.
Duchess,
Okay.
the Duchess.
8 days before Halloween, grave robbers were going through some of the more affluent graveyards.
Yes.
As you know, we bury our people in tombs above ground.
Yes.
Well, like I said, we have it for 8 days, and on November 1st, All Saints Days, when people go all the time to clean up the graveyards,
Yes.
they found a young man walking around a tomb. And he was repeating to himself, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He was pulling his hair out. He was beating himself. Anything he could to hurt himself. So they called the police, and the police got him and put him in their car. When they go to look at the tomb that he'd been walking around, they noticed that it had been broken into. When they went into the tomb, they found his accomplice sitting in a corner, eyes wide open, face completely drained of blood, almost powder, like baby powder white, holding a porcelain doll. When they looked on the outside of the tomb, it was a 5-year-old girl had been buried after the scarlet fever epidemic.
Oh my God. That's a true story?
That's a true story. To this day, I will not go back to that graveyard where my grandmother is buried.
I don't blame you for a moment. Bless your heart, sir. Thank you. Weird. Anyway, do you have a story for us?
I do. Ever since I was a little kid, I've always seen weird stuff. But when my husband and I bought a house about 6 years ago, which we still live in,
Right.
a few months after we bought it, I had some shelves and I had like little knickknacks and stuff on it.
Right.
And I have 4 kids, and every once in a while, all the little knickknacks would be turned around, facing backwards.
Oh.
And so I'd always go to the kids and say, "Now you gotta leave my stuff alone. Stop playing with my knickknacks and stuff." And they'd always say, "Oh, we didn't do it, we didn't do it." So one morning I got up and I go into the living room and they're all turned around again. So I turn them go and find the kids, and I say, now listen, I'm telling you for the last time, you gotta leave my stuff alone. I go back in there, and this is like maybe 1 minute later, and they're all turned around again.
And you had been with the kids, so they could not possibly have done it.
Right. I mean, as soon as I turned around, I went and found the kids, you know, and came back, and they were all turned around again.
Yeah, at this point, I'd go get the kids and get the hell out of there. What did you do?
It wasn't like a scary feeling, you know, it was just like weird. And then, the scary thing that happened though was, my son, he was, I think, 6 at the time, and, he's in the back bedroom, and one night he said that he saw something in his closet. And being 6, you know, we went and turned on the light and looked, and there's nothing there. So we told him to go back to bed, and my husband and I came back out to the living room, and all of a sudden we heard a bang, bang, boom, and coming like from his room, and he just screamed bloody murder, and we ran in there, and all of his coats and stuff were swinging in his closet. So we told him he didn't have to sleep in there that night, and the next day I called our pastor, and he came over and blessed the house. And that was pretty freaky.
And did that stop it?
No, not completely, but we've prayed and prayed a lot since, and it has stopped now. And the other thing that used to happen in this house was we have an attic up to, a door up to the attic, and it used to open and close just a little bit.
Right.
And I told my husband, yeah, and he said, well, it's probably just, you know, a draft. And
sounds like every horror movie I've ever heard. In other words, they always say, oh, it's just a draft.
Right.
You know, and then somebody ends up mangled on the floor.
Right. And so a couple of years ago in Oregon, we had a really big windstorm, and that door never moved during that huge windstorm. And, you know, it was always when, you know, you'd say, oh, it's a draft, and you look outside, and the rose bushes, you know, moving a little bit. It's just a little tiny wind, you know. But when it was really windy, it never moved. And
I've got you.
And it's never happened, you know, since all this other stuff has stopped. And
Well, that's good, because I'd have left the house, actually, long before that. I really appreciate your story. Thank you.
Good night, Art.
Good night. So there you are. I'm chicken. I mean, if I were to go to a closet and I were to see coats wildly swinging back and forth in a closet, I'm out of there. I'm really out of there. Now, that young lady is just like the young ladies that you will see in the movies. Young ladies with usually low-cut dresses. There'll be a sort of a clanking noise in the basement. And the young lady in the low-cut dress or blouse will immediately go where? Down to the basement.
Oh, come on. There's plenty of horror movies where the dude's the fucking idiot.
Do that. Would you really? I mean, would you really? If you went to a closet, you opened it up like that young lady just said, and everything swinging back and forth, would you just dismiss it? Things being turned backwards by invisible forces, would you just dismiss it? Hey, east of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. We are so thrilled you're back on the air.
Oh, thank you.
We have all been sending you positive thoughts, protection, anything we could to try to help you get back on.
Thank you. Where are you?
I'm in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I'm sorry. This is Marsha listening to you on KWHN 1320 AM.
Thank you.
I wanted to call and tell you about the 3 ghosts that allow us to share their home with them. We have George, Bernadette, and Geraldine.
How do you know their names?
I have been in communication with them since March of this year.
And how did that begin?
I have gotten into automatic writing. I first communicated with of my spirit guides and my dead husband, who, by the way, has now gone to the light to rest and prepared to come back. So I am a firm believer in reincarnation now.
Don't you miss Dreamland Sunday?
I will try not to. I wish I had a computer so I could call in tomorrow and tell you about my communications with him, because it's fascinating. Anyway, George Fort Smith is right on the Arkansas-Oklahoma border, home of Judge Parker, the hanging judge, the gateway to the Indian Territory.
Oh, yes.
And George was a shopkeeper back in the mid-1800s. He made quite a bit of money from his shop, and he also made some money selling alcohol and guns to the Indians. You know, not quite the honest, upright citizen. And come to find out, his son killed him to try to find his money, which he had buried in several fruit jars. And the way we found out about it is that my son, a couple of years ago, purchased a sword, Excalibur type sword, 4.5 feet long, has the dagger in the hilt, very fancy.
I have one of them.
He awoke one night and found it floating about a foot above his body, parallel to his body, just suspended in air. He looked at it and he said, okay.
Thanks a lot. I've got that exact sword, a big, heavy, 5-foot-long sword.
Yeah.
And Excalibur, in fact, it says it, and it's got my name inscribed on it. And it hangs in my living room. So I really appreciate this story tonight. Thanks a lot. So here it is, hovering above him, huh?
Mm-hmm. And Jimmy just looked up at it and said, okay, put it down, leave it alone. They never bothered it again. But what kept him so calm during that episode is that they had played with his Hot Wheels vehicles in the past. He'd wake up in the night and see his cars moving around on the floor. But the most interesting thing about our ghost?
Yes.
Geraldine, the third one I mentioned, is a cat.
Is a cat?
Yes.
A cat ghost?
Yes. We have seen her. We've caught glimpses of her.
And how much, you say glimpses, kind of like something you see out of the corner of your eye, that kind of deal?
Part of it, but part of it is a little more direct look, like she's darting around a corner. We have cats, but we've never had one the color of her. We go in more for the darker colors or the calicos. And she's very sweet. She was a stray cat that died under the front porch of the house.
Oh.
And our house is, I'd say, between 100 and 150 years old, the front part of it. There have been 2 additions since then. And George and Bernadette confined themselves to the front 2 rooms of the house, but Geraldine died recently enough that she roams the whole house.
Brother. All right. I appreciate all of this. We're going to have to communicate, you and I.
I would love to. I have had so many experiences the last 2.5 years. I was brought up Southern Baptist, and I have had to completely reevaluate and rethink all my belief system.
Well,
I'd love to share.
Believe me, it would do that. All right, don't you miss Dreamland Sunday, all right?
I will try my best not to, Art.
All right, it's right up your alley, believe me.
Okay, again, we are so glad you're back.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Now, there you are. West of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM.
All right, Art. This is Tamar in Los Angeles calling.
Well, hi there.
Hi, you remember me from the Mediterranean cruise?
I absolutely do. Of course, I will never forget your name.
Well, thank you. Thank you. A couple years ago, I took my daughter on a trip to New England. Actually, we were on the college tour to see which school she was going to pick for college.
Right.
And we went to see University of Vermont in Burlington. And after we had finished visiting the school, we wanted to drive around the area. We took a ride up to Stowe. And on the way, we saw this really neat graveyard. And she's extremely interested in graveyards. And so she asked me to pull over because, in New England, they're very ornate and really neat looking. So I wasn't interested. I kind of stayed in the car, and she was walking around the graveyard. And then all of a sudden, it started to rain. And I don't know what possessed me to do this. I got out of the car, and I said, hey guys, get up, it's raining. And my daughter said, Mom, what are you doing? I said, I don't know. And, I just, hey, get up, it's raining. So we get back in the car because we were getting wet. And we left the graveyard and went on our way. And as it started to get dark, all of a sudden the lights in the car started going off and on. And at first we didn't think anything of it. And then my daughter thought that I was doing it. And she said, Mom, quit playing with the lights. And I said, I'm not doing anything. And she said, finally she said, no, you must be playing with the door. Because when you open and close the door, the lights go on and off.
Of course.
I said, no, it's not me. And I put both my hands on the steering wheel. And then they started, as the time progressed, they started going off and on really frantically, very fast, and kind of not at a kind of regular kind of on and off, but just kind of randomly. And we were both really, really freaking out. And,
so many brave people. I mean, I wouldn't, at that point, I'd not be in the car. I would probably open the doors, I'd check the switch, I don't know what I'd do. But if it kept going, I'd be gone.
I found a gas station finally because it was very dark, and it's not like in Los Angeles where the streets are all light and bright. It's very dark in New England. I finally found a place to pull over and go in this gas station. And then we came back out into the car, and I was like a nervous wreck. I mean, I was just really blown away. I was so frightened. And so, first of all, I called in the light, which was, put a light of protection around it. Put a light of protection around whatever it was doing, whatever was in there doing it. And my daughter had a heart-to-heart talk with this thing, and she said, look, you're really scaring my mom. Now, we're going back to Burlington. If you want to come along with us, it's fine. But you're welcome to be here. We're happy to have you come with us, but please quit playing with the lights because my mom is getting so scared she can't drive.
So you're reasoning with whatever this
we
is.
Did. My daughter was, she did it because, I was just putting the light around myself just for protection, but she felt that she would tell him that he was welcome, he or she, whatever it was. And as soon as she did that, and we got back in the car and drove away, it didn't happen again. And when I turned that rent-a-car in, I told the people what had happened, and I said, I want you to check out all the wiring. I want to know if anything was wrong with the wiring in that light system.
Right.
And I called them a few days later, and they said, I'm sorry, we had this checked out, and there was nothing at all wrong with that lighting system. And they had no explanation from me as to why the lights were going on and off.
But you know, don't you?
Of course I know. I know that someone came back with us to Burlington.
Well, that's New England, and it's old, and it's not surprising to me.
No,
These things are real.
For sure.
Listen, bless your heart.
Thank you.
Thank you, and take care. She was along on the Mediterranean cruise. That was a lot of fun. Boy, oh boy. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you doing?
Well, you're listening.
Well, good deal.
So you know it's kind of a wild night.
It is. It's glad to have you back. Fortunately, I've had the opportunity to get through to you a few times. One night in a restaurant, before I tell my ghost story right quick, one of the customers says, hey, Andy, I remember you from 6 months ago. I just want you to know I heard you the other night in Washington State. Well, that was when you had Charles Tart on from Berkeley.
I recall, yes.
Right, and I'm the guy that went to the Bahamas and drank some water. And it was just a neat feeling hearing from this guy that, I felt like kind of a hero. I was like, wow. And I've turned so many people on to you, Art. It really is fascinating just to be a part of it.
Well, thank you.
Yes. Anyway, 1995 March, my mother died. And first of all, I'm 31 now. I'm very down to earth, and I'm not really superstitious unless I have fact. I'm just not one of those type. Well, I can't explain this. Now, I know when you lose a loved one, you're going through all kinds of emotional stuff, but I have witnesses.
All right. Witnesses, that's good. Listen, we're at a break point, so I'm going to have to ask you to hold on. I'll bring you back right after the break, all right? Let me hold my commercial break and go back to this poor caller on Wildcard Line, on one of the Wildcard lines. Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry that was stuff we had to deal with, sir.
Oh, no problem. I totally understand, and you're not going to get a bill. I'm just lucky enough to get through. I'm a good fan. Okay, anyway, my mom died in 1995. We had a small farmhouse, and like I said, for the listeners, I'm not someone that is superstitious, really. I don't believe in something until I have most likely physical proof. Well, my mother was spiritual. She was a home late, about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I get in, and my dad came up from Florida and to, finish up the house painting and stuff like that, make sure everything was good.
Sure.
He was sleeping. My brother was downstairs sleeping, and he's 32, and I know he wouldn't play games or anything. Anyway, I go up in the living room, I clear off the table, I get set up because I'm going to watch some TV before I go to sleep. And then it starts to rain, so I run outside because I left the windows open on my Ford. So I close that. When I came back in, I walk in around the corner and I see an award I won in high school for most improved player when I played trumpet. And it was sitting on this little coffee table I had pulled up by the couch. And I was like, well, okay, that stopped me a second. No, I picked it up and carried it back in the room and says, I don't know what that's all about. I didn't see it when I was there. And then I went out in the kitchen and my dad had made some brownies. And my mom used to hate it when I never covered stuff up or anybody to grab stuff up. So yeah, I got grab a few brownies and I played. Go back out in the living room and I'm sitting there watching some CNN. And all of a sudden I hear tinfoil. And I stop a second. I put it on mute and I stop a second. I'm listening. And I hear tinfoil crumpling. So I jumped up and I flew around the corner, and the tinfoil was nicely tight around the edge. And I knew right then, I had chills going up my neck. I was like, whoa. Because I know I don't cover stuff up like that, and I know I have that habit of not covering stuff up right. And so I went back out in the living room and lit up a cigarette, and I sat there. I smoked about 3 cigarettes, thinking this over.
Yes.
And, when something like that happens, there really is no reaction. It's happening.
What actually happens is you go into a kind of state of shock.
Exactly. And, I think, which is good because, when you think about it, most people would be like, most people wouldn't believe the story anyway because they think you'd freak out. Well, there is no reaction.
It's a protective mechanism.
Exactly. Well, throughout the whole week, this was going on. Weird things. Well, I finally went to sleep, and I told my dad and my brother about it the next day, and they were like, yeah, right. Well, my friend Chung, we had to go to Tennessee for the funeral because we buried her in Tennessee. And my friend Chung, who's in medical school, now graduated, congratulations, last month, Michigan State. Anyway, he stayed at the house for 3 days. And he's down-to-earth Korean, too. He's just, medical school guy. He doesn't believe in stuff like that. Well, he was scared literally out of the house. And he said it was like somebody was holding a cigarette, and it was just, he was looking for smoke, and there was nothing on fire. Well, when we got back from the funeral and all that, my brother's in the bathroom shaving, and I walked by, and I look in the bathroom, and I see this smoke, and I'm looking, and he doesn't have a cigarette, and I said, did you drop your cigarette? He says, no. And I says, look at this. He turned around, and we were studying this stuff. It was like ectoplasm. I don't know what it was. And, my friend Chung witnessed this, and he said, he wouldn't make something like this up. I know him. I knew him for years, ever since we were kids. So I have my physical proof. I know ghosts exist. Why was my quack sitting on the table? I mean, that's, my mom told me it. Why would I hear tinfoil on the brownies? So that was my experience, and I don't know what this smoke was, but I was sitting there studying it. I was like inches from it, just looking at this as it just kind of evaporated. It looked exactly like if you held a cigarette still. Just watch this. It was that thick.
Brother. Oh, brother.
And that's physical proof. And in the bathroom light would go on and off. Lights would go on. And, I mean, it wasn't like the movie Poltergeist, but it was always a pleasant, experience. My neighbor smelled Christian Dior. Well, my mom, it was her favorite perfume. It was like $132 an ounce, but it was really nice stuff, and everybody could smell this. And after about 3 weeks, things just kind of chilled out, and then they just all went away, and it's like the vibration came back to, as if there was nothing going on.
To you too, my friend, I say don't miss Dreamland Sunday.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Listen, thanks, Art.
Take care. And thanks for waiting so long. All right, back to it we go on our first-time caller line. You're on the air. Thank you for holding on.
Oh, about time.
I know. Where are you?
Tucson.
Tucson. All right. You're going to have to kind of yell at us a little bit. You're not too loud, so go ahead.
Okay. Yes, my mom and dad, they always saw the neighbor come across the yard with a can of beer, so to have them see somebody didn't seem all that strange, but she came to visit me one time, and my husband and the kids and stuff. And she was going down the hall to the kitchen, and you have to go through the kitchen and into the dining room.
Right.
But I could see her, and she went in the kitchen and she said, "Where's Ronnie?" He's at work. She came out into the dining room where I was, and she says, "Where's Ronnie?" And I said, "I told you, Mom, he's working." I said, "You're not going to believe this. I saw him coming from the closet and the front door is about the same distance apart, but there's space in between where there's more room into the living room than there was, it was a closet.
Right.
I saw him coming from the closet into the kitchen. He was wearing shoes. They were untied, no socks, pajamas, and his robe. And I said, "You're not going to believe this, but I saw that too." And the minute I got into the kitchen, it left my mind. Like it just erased it. Like if I'd have remembered it, I'd have been so scared. But he isn't dead. He was not dead. And he still isn't.
So what do you think you saw?
Well, what we saw somebody that looked just like him. And I don't know. I've never heard that. Never heard anybody ever tell anything like that.
Has it occurred to you to think about the nature of time?
You mean that someplace in the future?
Or the past? In other words, if you're seeing an image or an apparition of somebody who is presently alive, then obviously we can rule out the fact they're a ghost, right?
Well, it was something.
It was something, all right. Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sure some of the rest of you understand what I'm driving at here. What if it was, in fact, him, but simply at a different time? We've had a lot of reports of that, of time seeming to slip on occasions. Just a kind of a slip. A very, very interesting story that I read not long ago about a man who was hearing voices, and it was really fascinating. I wish I had it in front of me to read to you right now, but every night these voices would move a few inches until finally, months later, he was hearing these voices. He had to actually stand up at the back of his yard to hear these voices, and they continued to move in the same direction. They were available to be heard every single night. Remarkable. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, Laura.
Yes.
This is John in Alabama. I listen to you on JST 640 AM out at home.
Hi, John.
I've got a ghost story for you, but it's also actually a question about whether a community can be involved in the site.
A whole community?
Well, a small area of a community. What happened was this site took place between me and we know.
Listening to all these call-ins, I am waiting for a person without a southern accent.
Was killed in a car wreck. We were about 12, and we had a game we used to play. We called Spotlight. You take a flashlight at dark, you go out, flash people in the light, and they're it.
And it's not that this show was specifically only broadcast
And my next door
in the south of the United States. This was a radio show, Art Bell, coast to coast. It's like a super late night AM radio call-in show of like conspiracy theories, paranormal stuff. And it was broadcast across the entire country, like everywhere you could hear Art Bell.
That's what everybody was doing next door, and they said,
Exactly. This was our No Sleep before, Reddit existed.
hit him head on. Him and some of his friends about 4 hours away. At the exact same time I talked to him.
And,
How did you handle that?
But it's almost always a caller with a southern accent. What does that mean? I don't know.
14 years later,
Just pointing it out.
that night, was killed in a car wreck. Me and two of my friends, because it was out of town, went up to the funeral home to visit with the family and all. And when we were coming back down the interstate, my friend looked over at me and said, well, at least she didn't visit me. And I just kind of snapped my head over at him. And we got talking. I pulled off the interstate. I was like, what are you talking about? And he relayed the same thing to me. And we got talking about my friend in the back seat.
A lot of carbon monoxide fumes down south, definitely. And a lot of hookworm.
Another getter, we ended up talking to everybody that we could. And everybody but one person saw the same things.
Well, then you've got a story that should be printed.
It's also because you gotta be cooking with that gas stove. You know, the woke libs are trying to take your gas stoves away. Replace it with that hippy dippy electricity.
And I'm just wondering because my friend,
And it just don't cook as good. It don't cook as good. The liberal media is trying to take your gas from you.
and he called me about a week ago.
So everyone turn on your gas stoves and leave them running.
And his daughter's saying her best friend killed herself. And that night, we assume it was sometime around the time the young lady killed herself or after. She said that her friend came to her house and she tried to talk her out of killing herself. And this has all happened in this one little area.
Yeah, one little area.
And
That's something that should all be,
through
I
time,
haven't been paying attention to this guy.
we just don't know what to think about it.
well, I think, thank you very much. As much as you just told me, that should be documented in print. I would think that a journalist should be in contact with you, and that with so many witnesses, so many people telling identical stories, what you just said was important enough to be documented as proof. More than just anecdotal proof. Mass hallucination, maybe. That's a lot of coincidence. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Where are you?
I'm in Aurora, Colorado.
And I can barely hear you, so you're going to have to yell at us.
Okay, can you hear me now?
All right, we got a non-southern accent.
What is your first name?
My name is Paula.
Paula, all right. Do you have a ghost story?
Yes, I was around 8 years old, and my sister and I were sleeping, and I had two large tomcats that were sleeping in our room with us, and I woke up in the middle of the night because they were hissing, they were running around the room, and they started running across the bed. So I woke up, and I looked towards the door, and there's this huge object, it looked like a dog, huge object by my door, and I was terrified, and my older sister was sleeping with me, and I woke her up, and she seen the same thing. It was a dog.
A dog. That would cause cats to hiss, all right.
And my cats were terrified, and they usually don't do. They've never done this before.
So what happened?
My sister finally got enough nerve to move over to the lamp because it was closest to the door. We turned it on, and it disappeared.
Just like that, huh?
Yes, and we told our mother this, and she just ignored it, said that we were just making it up.
And we're going to try and get the rest of this story if I can find this young lady among all these lines, because I forgot where she was. Wilson Rockies, are you there? Okay, that is you. Yeah, you're really going to have to shout at us. Anyway, the apparition of a dog, the lights went on, boom, the apparition is gone. Then what?
Our cats were still terrified. They were in the corner. They would not move. And the next morning, we told our mother this. And she just blew it off, said that, we're just making it up.
Right.
Imagination was just going wild. And we were
were terrified of that room after that. We wouldn't sleep in there. We slept in the living room. And a few days after that, we lived in a two-story home. My father and I, we were upstairs with my mother, and my mother was about to go downstairs. We witnessed her feet, her legs, flying up from under her, and she's careened down the stairs.
She tripped over the dog.
Well, I don't know. But her feet just went right under her. And we ran downstairs to help her. And after she got her bearing and stuff, she started yelling at my dad and I, asking which one pushed her. And we were not near her at all. And she kept thinking that one of us pushed her.
Right.
And after we finally made her believe that no one was around her at that time, we moved into a different house.
The first sensible caller I've had tonight. Thank you so much. That's right. Goodbye. Different.
First sensible caller all night.
Possibly entirely new continent.
First non-southern accent.
Seem to do the opposite. They seem to stay right there and somehow fight it out. This is one area where I don't think that I would do that. And a lot of brave souls out there. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
It's good to have you back.
Good to be here.
My name's Tim in Portland, Oregon.
Yes, Tim.
And
Right, Tim, Portland,
I grew
Oregon.
up in a haunted house. I lived there about 10 years. Boy, I'd like to have moved much sooner than that.
But you did move.
Oh, yeah. And I don't even want to step in that neighborhood. It was so bad. We had a cat, and we'd be sitting watching TV or in bed or whatever, and the cat would just suddenly jump up and start hissing and clawing at something, and we couldn't see a thing. And the cat would go running from the room, and of course we'd follow shortly after. And things would happen, like we'd be washing dishes, and Cheerios would fly across the room and be hitting whoever was washing dishes in the back. And we had doors that would open and shut, and light bulbs would explode.
You saw all of
Does he say wash? Washing?
My brothers and sisters and my mom and dad, we all.
How could you possibly have stayed in that house for any period of time at all after all this was going on?
I asked my parents that, and they said that we were very poor at the time. They just had no way to move out. But
that makes sense.
Yeah. The light bulbs would explode. We had a bathroom right off the kitchen. The light bulbs would explode.
Yeah, my grandma's had washing as well. Washing, oranges.
Powder. That is an explosion.
Mine was from Missouri.
Bomb explode or hurt them, but all the time in the morning we'd get up.
Oh, we're in Missouri.
To the floor.
You wash.
And
You wash your clothes.
at night we'd hear footsteps and voices coming up the stairs to the second floor, and you couldn't see anything, but you could sure hear them. And one time my sister and I were at school, and my brother wasn't old enough to go to school yet, and he kept asking my mom, "Why is that girl crying? I hear a girl crying." And my mom said, "I don't hear anything." He said, "Well, there's a girl. She's crying. She needs help. She's upstairs. She's crying." And my mom listened real carefully, and she started hearing it herself. And they got out of the house real quick because there was no one there but my mom and my brother. And years later, well, not too many years later, but my older sister, her girl was staying with us, and she was sleeping upstairs. And we heard her just having a good old conversation, and we went up there and peeked into the room, and she's just talking to thin air, answering questions and talking. And we walked in and asked her, who are you talking to?
Yes.
And she said, don't you see her, the girl? There's a girl. And she'd point up to the corner of the room and say, "A pretty girl, she's sad." And she'd just talk to this girl. It was scary. Just unbelievable.
Absolutely. I appreciate the story, sir. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
This is what happens when you ask for stories like this. You get them. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello there.
Yeah, my name's Fred. I'm listening on KINY in Juneau, Alaska.
Hi, Fred.
I've been listening to the radio show on the phone here. I just wondered, know if I'd been cut off or what.
No, you're not cut off. You're here. You're on.
I'm here with my ghost story.
All right.
Okay. This was, I didn't know it was a ghost story at the time it was happening, so that's why I didn't move out. But we had just had 3 kids at that time. They were very small. The oldest one was about 4, and the youngest one was in the crib. And we had bought one of those old row houses in Baltimore, Maryland.
Right.
And we were trying to restore it back to the old condition, the original condition. And we were on the 3rd floor scraping paint. And our kids were on the 2nd floor taking a nap. And then all of a sudden, both of us, my wife and I, heard...
I think sometimes when parents think their kids have some weird connection to the afterlife because they seem to know too much about some family that had died while they're still babies. It's just because everyone assumes kids don't know anything.
First floor, and we said,
yeah,
you're not supposed
could
to
be.
And looked around, didn't see their Uncle Rocky, so we said, where's your Uncle Rocky? And they said, we don't know. And so I said, well, didn't he just holler at you to get off the banister? And they said, no. I said, well, who hollered? They said, well, that was our friend. So I started thinking, well, who's coming to the house? Because the house was all locked up, being back in Baltimore at that time. And the neighborhood was already starting to deteriorate. So we started...
Yeah, stuff that was said around them
answer the questions.
When they're at the age where people assume no one can remember anything.
Said, well, I think he might be sick, though. And I said, well, what makes you think that? And he said, well, his head is all bandaged. So then I'm starting thinking, somebody putting on a disguise coming in to go grab my kids. And we worked on the house for a while longer, and every once in a while, we'd kept close watch, but every once in a while we'd ask the kids if their friend had been back, and every once in a while they'd say, yeah, he was here today or yesterday. And we never did quite figure it out, but we eventually ran out of money and had to sell the house and move somewhere else. And then later on, I ran into a person who had owned that same house back during the Second World War, and that's the person that had divided it off into little rooms on the 2nd floor into sleeping rooms for war workers during that time.
Right.
So she was telling stories about people that lived there, and then she got to this one that there was a man that lived there, and he got a sore throat. And he went to the doctor, and he was one of those people that was just nasty clean. He washed everything in alcohol and wore gloves, and he went to the doctor.
You can get manic about that.
Yeah, and he was manic about that. But anyway, the doctor told him he had cancer in the throat. So he went back home, and he bandaged his head, put a gun in his mouth, and pulled the trigger. And as soon as I heard her say that, I could hear my son saying, I think he's sick because his head is bandaged. And I thought, that's who that was in that house telling my kids to get off the banister.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, so anybody that starts talking about suicide anymore, I tell them that story about it.
That ought to do it.
And, tell them, hey, maybe you might have to stand around there for 10,000 years still suffering the same thing.
I appreciate the story, sir.
All right, thank you.
Right, and to you two and everybody else, I recommend Dreamland on Sunday. Again, that was one of the topics covered. One of the topics covered. Just absolutely a remarkable show. Coming up this Sunday on Dreamland, it was ostensibly to be about the period of time between lives, between incarnations. I think you'll find it absolutely riveting. All right, here we go. East of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Good morning.
Good morning, Art Bell. Wonderful to have you back.
Thank you. Good to be here.
I guess we'll start with myself at the age of 15.
All right.
My uncle, who I was very close to, passed away rather suddenly. Took all of us by surprise. Of course, we went through the regular period of grieving and all that, and...
Slight southern accent.
Okay, 2 years later, at the ripe old age of 17, my parents and I had moved into a new house. And one night, I woke up to see my uncle standing at the foot of the bed. And of course, I spoke to him. Uncle Ken, is that you? Why are you here? And he relayed to me that he was there sort of as my guardian angel, that he had been watching over me and would continue
to watch over me for the rest of my life. And I thought, yeah, okay. So next morning, I woke up, I got up, and I brushed it off as a dream. He had told me the night before that he had come from the well under the house. And I thought, well, there's no well under this house. We're in a city, we're on city water and all that. There's no well. So I went to have breakfast with my mother and father, and I thought, well, I'll ask them without making them think I'm crazy. And I asked, is there a well under this house? And my mother said, of course not. And my father interrupted and said, yeah, there is.
Really?
And so he had it dug when the house was being built on the slab because he didn't want to have to pay the extra to have the water hooked up from the city, because if you had a well, they charge you an extra tax or something.
That's right.
Anyway, to this day, and I'm now your age, a DJ at a country radio station in western Kentucky. My name is Daryl, by the way.
Yes, Daryl.
To this day, when I have a stressful time in my life, when I need an answer, he's there. And he tells me what to do.
In what form?
Standing at the foot of my bed. It's as though I were looking at him. It's as though he's there. It's not a misty, like you would imagine a ghost to be. There's a human being there. I've never been able to touch him. If I try to raise up and get closer to him, then, the length of the bed, he disappears. And he always, as he disappears, he tells me, this is as close as we can get. But what's more incredible about all this is that the last time I talked to him, the last time he came to me, was 3 nights after you went off the air. I was lying listening to a repeat. He came to me. He told me, don't worry, he's coming back. And I thought, oh, no, this is something wild. He said, no. He mentioned Ramona. He said, you and Ramona are more tuned into the spirit world than you realize. And he said for me to get in touch with you and but tell you about the antenna. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes.
Okay. You want to say now, oh my God.
Oh my God. Yes, the antenna means something.
Great.
All right, I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I would not want
But yes, that means something.
some sort of
And I have a feeling you knew something from somewhere.
ghost spirit person watching over me.
Else. Wow, west of the Rockies? Or?
Not because of the ghost aspect, but just because that's just creepy to be constantly watching someone.
But I'm glad you're back, and
Give me some privacy.
others were projecting good thoughts towards you and your family.
Thank you.
Anyway, the story I'd like to tell occurred about 12 years ago in Klamath Falls. I'm in Springfield, Oregon, and my name's Robert, by the way.
Yes.
Anyway, this was about 12 years ago, and me and 4 of my friends, we were at one of their houses. And I want to stress right away, none of us were doing any drugs or alcohol.
Okay.
But as the night progressed, we were just having a little get-together, and strange things started happening. The first thing was my friend Vince noticed that across from his trailer, there was some train.
Always imagine someone's watching you. Consequence of growing up religious. That's true. I mean, I guess technically anyone that believes in some sort of,
really dark, and
traditional god-like figure.
we went over there and we took a look, and we all saw that there was something
I
moving.
guess you always have someone watching your every single move.
That's probably nothing.
It's creepy.
Shadows, the wind was blowing a little bit, and we went back to what we were doing. About 15 minutes later, we hear this loud wham on the door. So we fly open the door, and there's nothing there. We're looking around. We come out, we look around and see if it's someone playing a trick or something. And when we went back to open the door, it
I guess monotheistic gods. Generally of the Abrahamic branch.
and I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't look like.
Even after the non-belief sets in, it's hard to get rid of the internalized paranoia. I can imagine.
We looked around again, we went back in, we went back to what we were doing, a little weirded out. But after a while, we heard something from
Same with Catholic guilt.
and as the night progressed farther and farther, these forms would move out. They'd come down into the dip where the tracks were and back up, moving around, darting around. Really strange. And I mean, it was just, every one of us were pale as ghosts and our hair was standing on end. It was just bizarre. Well, finally, it seemed to settle down. So we decided, well, let's relax. Let's try to get this out of our mind, put on a little soft music, relax, try to get some sleep. We all laid down, and we all, tried to get some sleep. And then we hear this wail. I mean, I've heard tales of banshees that wouldn't even compare to this. We all bolted straight up onto our feet, just in time for a train to go zipping by.
Oh, brother.
To this day, we don't know what those shapes were, and we don't want to know.
I was about to add that myself.
But the train just added fuel to the fire, and even now, my skin is crawling.
I understand. It's like reliving it, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
To tell it.
And it's just one of the many stories I could tell you. Oregon is a very strange place.
You know, it is. Ghostly Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, take care.
We've had many calls like that from Oregon for some reason. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, I was wanting to talk to you about your picture of the Indian on the horse.
Yes, sir.
I live in Springfield, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Which is about
Missouri.
10 miles from Nixa.
Oh, yeah, I had no idea where Nixa was, so...
Okay. Nixa is just south of Springfield, Missouri. It's a small community.
Right.
Basically, if you look at that picture, you will see down at the bottom, you will see some other things in it. I think it's a wagon wheel and some pottery.
That maybe, I don't know. I haven't looked. I'll have to go back and look. What jumped out at me, unmistakably, I didn't have to sit there and look at it and stare at it. There's no question. It looks like an Indian warrior on a horse to me.
Right. Uh-huh.
You see that clearly?
Oh, yeah. I've seen the picture. There's a lady that I work with that is a volunteer fireman at that fire department. And she brought a picture to work and showed us at work.
Thank you. I appreciate your call because, inevitably, every little computer dweeb out there gets out their Adobe Photoshop and they go down to pixel number 748 and they say, oh, an obvious fake. This is not a fake.
Real.
It is not a fake picture. It's a real picture.
Right.
And it's a real story. This photograph was taken on Indian burial.
Goddamn nerds with their science. Their computers.
It was an old restaurant?
Yeah, uh-huh. And they did that, they burnt that building as a fire training exercise, and the fire chief takes pictures of all the fires whenever they do training.
Sure.
And they can take and, if a person wants a copy of that picture, they can write to Nixa Fire Department.
This guy saying picture as picture is
Thank you.
Kind of getting at me.
No problem.
Right.
I want to draw me a picture.
Take a look at that photograph. It is absolutely nothing short of remarkable, and it's on my website right now.
What do you think about this picture here?
If it is not one of the most remarkable photographs you have ever seen in your whole life, then you're not paying attention. My website is www.artbell.com. That's www.artbell.com. Easy to find, easy to get to, and now by this time of the morning, I imagine a little easier to access. But I took one look at that picture, read this...
What does that even mean?
And sat there totally freaked out. And my feeling is you're probably going to react much the same way. I mean, it's unmistakable. And you've got to imagine that in the snapping of that picture, 1 instant earlier or 1 instant later, it would have been a completely different form. That should give you pause for thought, too. I'm Art Bell, and this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Fine. Where are you?
Oh, I'm the Oregon cat lady.
The Oregon cat lady.
Yeah, wake up, Mom. I got through. She kept encouraging me to call and let you hear my ghost story.
All right, fire
It's a
away.
California ghost story. It's not an Oregon one.
Well, there's a lot of transplants.
California ghost story.
I was managing a tavern in the late 70s, and there's no drinking involved here or otherwise. And and there were 2 ghost sightings I had in that establishment, and they were both daytime sightings. The first one was there was a tree in the middle of the establishment. It was cut off at the top, but for some reason they built the building around the tree. And it was a beautiful summer day. The front door was open. I was the only one sitting at the bar and wishing I was at the beach. And all of a sudden I saw, it looked to be a young man in his 20s, and you could kind of see through him. And he was peeking from around the tree, and you could see his hands on the side of the tree, and you could see his head and his shoulders. And the minute my eyes realized what I was seeing, it was like he instantly recognized that I was seeing him, and he kind of went, oh, no, she sees me. You could just see that expression in his face, and then he hid back behind the tree. So I got up, and I walked over the tree and looked behind it, and no one was there. And the next time was a Friday, payday, 6 o'clock in the afternoon after work crowd, and it was standing room only. People were talking between the stools and, conversing.
Sure.
And I had just gotten to work, and I was looking for an empty stool to sit down, and I looked at the far end of the bar, and right above all the other patrons' heads, I saw a head with no body.
Oh, that's bad.
A head above everyone else's, and it had had black shaggy hair. It was staring straight ahead, not at me, and it had the most angry, hateful expression on its face. And you kind of shake your head and you blink your eyes a couple of times, and when I did, it was gone. But the face always stuck with me. And 10 years later, I was living in Oregon, and I saw a story on TV about a bandito called Joaquin Marietta, who had been beheaded. When he was caught at some creek that had a name in California, he was beheaded by the lawmen. And it showed an artist's rendition drawing of the incident, and I immediately recognized it as the head I had seen in the bar.
Great.
So get this, Art. 10 years later, I'm in Oregon watching a TV show called Beyond Bazaar, and they were interviewing a collector who had unusual memorabilia, and they said, but his most unusual piece is a jar that he keeps in a head that he had purchased years earlier. And the head belonged to, and they showed this head in the jar floating, like in a big pickle jar, and it was the head of Joaquin Marietta. And the last thing they said was that it had been displayed at the different saloons around California in the early 1900s. I had no prior knowledge of any of it.
You're not over this yet, are you?
No. What would you be?
No, absolutely
I'm wondering what's going to happen in the late, 10 years from now.
One can only imagine, dear. Thank you.
I know.
Take care and good luck.
Thanks, Art. Have a good night.
Keep your head on.
Yeah, and keep all your cats in for Halloween.
Oh, we definitely are. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good night.
Good night. We have black cats. We always keep those in on Halloween. Actually, I keep them in all the time anyway. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Jerry in St. Louis, Missouri.
Hello, Jerry.
Hey, Art. Several years ago, I do security work, and I was working in a nursing home. Me and my partner, Tony, was in the lobby of this nursing home. We saw the elevator door open up and an elderly lady walk out and into the cafeteria area where everybody sits for dinner.
Right.
Me and Tony went in there, and there was nobody in there. And we searched that place from front to back. I'm not kidding you.
Nary a soul.
Nobody. I stood at the heebie-jeebies.
My God.
I don't know what to say. I mean, story after story after story after story. There's got to be something to it. There's got to be something that follows this life, but imagine the horror of that something being a continuation of life here on Earth, not as really a fully visible being or functional being, but in essence, one who...
For a minute, I thought he was going to stop after saying, imagine the horror of there being something after this life, but it just being a continuation of this life.
on the air. Hi.
Can't believe I got through. Art, this is Joel in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Thank you very much. 2.5 years. Here from 770 KFC.
The absolute monster in Albuquerque, yes.
That's right. I just want to relate a quick story. I've had a lot of bizarre things happen.
You know, there could be something else out there after we've passed, but imagine the horror upon discovering that it's just more of this life. But now you can't interact with physical objects.
My grandparents in the room across from us.
But what if it's just the same thing again? Oh, God. And just, instead of Groundhog Day, it's just Groundhog Life.
And, it was kind of weird. My grandpa was a little paranoid about stuff, and he's got an alarm on.
That would be
At night he walks through, makes sure
absolute nightmare.
Well, I wish I could agree with you that's paranoid. It's not. It's living in modern America.
Well, I've got dogs as warning signs and a couple of guns laying around.
There you are.
Screw the alarm. Anyway, we had all just shut our doors and kind of just getting ready to turn all the lights out. Something started from the end of the hall by my grandparents' room and my father and I's room.
Yes.
Ran straight down the hallway and smashed into the front door. All of us kind of opened our doors, looked at each other, and everyone was there. No one else could have done it.
This man killed himself. I began to hear noises. I worked nights there. I still do for the same company. And I would begin to hear steps. It was an upstairs and a downstairs with these big wooden floors on the upper floor.
Right.
And you could begin to hear these steps walking across, like one at a time. And at first I thought, well, I can convince myself, well, this is an extremely old building. It's just creaky. No big deal. But then I began to go upstairs because to carry up reports and things. And I'd open a door, and down at the other end of the hallway, a door would slam. And I still had to do my job, and I was very frightful of it, but I'd worked for him forever. And over a period of months, this continued. Well, there was another person that would work for me whenever I was off on these nights. And this lady wouldn't even go up those stairs because she could feel it too. It was really strange. But the capper was whenever we got to, one night there was a driver that showed up at the building, which they would every night. And I had let the driver in like normal. And while she was there, and we were getting ready to move the truck out of the building, she heard the footsteps too. And I kind of laughingly said, well, that's, and I won't get the man's name, that's old, I'll just make a name, Tom, walking up the stairs. And then she said, yeah, that's really funny. And then as soon as she did, there was a clash right at the window, right by where we were at. And we turned around and looked. And I said, you know what, I don't think he liked that. And with that, the entire building turned dark, stayed dark for about 30 seconds. All the power was out. And then it kicked back on again like nothing happened.
And you stayed there like nothing happened?
Hey, I still work for the company. Maybe I've been sane, but, he never harmed me. But he would just be these creepy noises and things.
Story after story. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Hi there.
In Canyon Country, California.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a good one for you. Well, it's not a scary one, though. About 5 years old. It's about, several weeks after my maternal grandmother had passed away. And I was in bed. I woke up in the middle of the night, and there was a figure sitting at the foot of my bed. Mm-hmm. Sort of an ethereal figure. I mean, it was my grandmother.
That's not scary?
No, it was not scary at all. In fact, I sat up, and I reached out to her to put my arms around her, and she just faded into the mist and that was it. And I just laid back down and went to sleep, and I've never forgot that all my life.
Only a 5-year-old would not be scared out of his wits.
Yeah, no, it didn't frighten me at all. And
I can understand that. I guess at that age, you are not yet conditioned to understand what you ought to be afraid of.
That could be true. And as far as cats go, you know, I have a cat here several years ago that used to sit here and stare at my stairwell. They would do this every night. And just sit there and stare at the stairwell. And I would go over and I'd look. I'd say, you know, there was nothing there. I thought maybe he's looking at a fly, you know, or something.
Sure.
I'd always check it out. But he would do this over and over again. They'd just sit there and stare at that stairwell like there was somebody coming down those stairs. And that one kind of
doesn't seem to have too much experience with cats.
We don't.
I think they do, Art. And listen, as far as the signal from space.
Yes.
Do you ever read the book Rendezvous with Rama by Arthur C. Clarke?
I certainly have, yes.
Okay, it sounds familiar, doesn't it?
It does, but frequently science fact follows closely science fiction.
This is true. Very true.
Interesting, nevertheless, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. What a wild Halloween night. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Morning, Art.
Good morning.
I have a ghost story. I'm Tom from Aloha.
Okay, you mean
Aloha, Oregon.
Oregon, okay.
Yeah. I was riding dirt bikes with a friend up in the Coast Range of Oregon here, and it was November about 3 or 4 years ago, and we decided to go out well after dark for a last ride before we packed it in for the night and camped out. And we took a trail, and as we came back down onto this gravel road, I was several hundred yards ahead of my friend, and as I was coming to a corner, up on a bank beside the road, I saw just the strangest looking thing I've ever seen. Just for all the world, it looked like a skeleton just standing beside the road. And it's at night. My headlight's a dirt bike headlight, so it wasn't real bright. And I just thought, well, that's the strangest reflection I ever saw. And as I was going past it, as it kind of fell into the periphery of my headlight, I actually thought I saw it kind of turn and look at me, and then turn and look down the road to where my friend was coming behind me. But it was so unreal that I really just thought nothing of it. I thought that had to just be the strangest trick of light I ever saw. And I got back to camp about a minute before my friend did. And when he got back, he said, well, Tom, what about we just head home for the night? And I thought, well, yeah, it's cold, it's wintertime. If we ride home for an hour, if we pack up the bikes and drive home, we'll get a good night's sleep in a bed instead of sleeping in a cold sleeping bag. So I said, okay. And as I was loading up the bikes, I noticed he was just throwing stuff into the truck. And he's normally a really meticulous packer. He doesn't scratch anything. He's very careful. And he was just throwing things into the truck.
In a big hurry.
In a big hurry. And I said, Mike, you saw that, didn't you? And he said, yes, I did. And I asked him what he had seen. And when he saw it, I'd seen it about 10 feet up the bank, as I say. When he saw it, he saw the same thing I saw, but it was standing down on the road, and it appeared to have a big dog standing next to it. And it looked like a skeleton to him, and it looked like a skeleton to me. And as we were driving out, he said, if anything comes in front of us, I'm running it over.
And I wouldn't blame him a bit.
I was there.
God, that's incredible.
It was really the strangest thing that's ever happened to me. He won't camp there anymore. I've camped there several times since and never seen another thing, but it was the strangest thing.
I don't blame him, and I'm surprised at you.
Well, I camp there. I go riding with a bunch of policemen, and they've all got guns.
You and I both know that guns do nothing against skeletons. Have a good morning, sir.
You too.
Stop it, music. Stop it.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, cover all of it's an honor to certainly be interviewing the man. I mean, really controversial. And the retail of scientific.
Wait, this is not Art Bell.
Everybody knows that. Isn't that so?
There we go.
stories that I want to read you, very short, that have been sent in. And you're welcome to send them in. Now, the long ones, I just don't have time to read them. But if you want to send a ghost story by email, you can do that. If you want to send a ghost photograph, and here's where the real work comes in for my webmaster. Keith, of course, is with me during the night. The dark, cold. And I'm going to tell you, if you have a good ghost photograph, and you have it scanned, or you can scan it, then we will accept and begin to post ghost photographs as we get them during the night tonight. Where to send them, you ask. Answer? Send them to webmaster@artbell.com. That's it. Webmaster@artbell.com. And Keith will take the best. Now, we're only looking for the very best of the ghost photographs. And we sure are starting out the night with a bang with this thing from the Democrat debate. This is just effing unbelievable, you know? I mean, it really is. You got to see this. You really have to see it. It's on my website now. As you send them in, we will take the best of the lot, and please only send the good ones, and we will post them. Not everything is going to get posted. The best candidates will. But since that guy called last night, the net is alive with this photograph. It's just everywhere. Remember, you heard it first, right here. The following from Montreal in Canada. Art, you may want to read this story on Ghost to Ghost. My brother-in-law died of liver cancer on July 24th, 1991. This young man was 43 years old when he died. He was always a strong-willed man, even till his death, as he had fought his battle for 9 years and never wanted to give up. Even though he was going through much pain, he always kept up a most vigilant fight because of his character, the kind of person he was. At the time of his death, he actually died of a sudden massive heart attack, along with other complications. It was almost as though he had been totally caught off guard in the middle of his battle. On the day of his funeral, everyone had gathered inside the church. His coffin sat in the center aisle. Due that Montreal here is very hot and humid at that time of year, all of the windows on the left side of the church were open for ventilation. Halfway through the service, everyone was seated quietly. I was just about to get up and do a reading from the gospel. Just as I was taking my place in front of the church, there was total silence for this brief pause. I'm sure all of you know about those. They happen when nobody says anything, just prior to an event. All of a sudden, it was as though someone would have walked along the left side and closed the 5 windows along the wall consecutively and abruptly. Boom, 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 boom. Like that. One right after the other. Everybody inside that church froze in disbelief because there was no one around anywhere near the windows. There wasn't an air draft because there wasn't any wind. And there was a bit of distance in between the last aisle window and the 2 windows that were up beside the altar. These 2 windows also shut in direct timing, as though someone were walking slowly to shut the windows. And so a final boom, boom, as they closed. By then, this had gotten the parish priest's attention, as the 2 candles at the front of the coffin burned toward the left side of the church. The flame then came back into a straight-up position. The priest quickly stopped the service, walked to the coffin, blessed it while anointing the coffin with holy water. He seemed to be rather perplexed about the whole matter, as everyone attending the service were all shaken up by what had just transpired. No other incident happened during the priest's blessings. priest stood in front of the coffin while murmuring a few inaudible words. He then had us say our Father once. He went back to the altar, resumed the service, and gave me the signal that was to start my reading from the Bible. After the service, my brother-in-law's mother asked the parish priest what had just happened. And he quickly told her that was a manifestation, but would not get into any other details. Thanks for your attention to the letter. Signed, Philip. A French last name from Montreal. Give it up here. And then there's one more here. And I'm not sure what you're going to make of this. A brief bio of my timeline. Born and raised in Southern California. 6 years paid call firefighter. 6 years security police, U.S. Air Force, Lowry Air Force Base, Kunsan Air Force Base, Wright Pat Air Force Base, Ontario Air National Guard, formerly Air Defense Command, 5 years as a police officer in Southern California. And I now own a telecommunications business, and about 4 years ago I moved my family to the Mojave Desert. I like to watch the stars, breathe air. I mean, you. And now his story. Dear Art, there's a little bit of language in this, folks, so a little bad language, so get the kids out of the room. It really has to be said. It's in context. Dear Art, in the fall of 1977, I was a young airman assigned to the 8th Tactical Fighter Squadron, Tucson Air Force Base, Korea. As you know, the enlisted barracks on most air bases resemble a Motel 6. This was almost the case in Tucson. We were 2 airmen to a room, typical, 2 beds, 2 chests of drawers, and 1 refrigerator. It's a luxury. My roommate was a good friend and quite a character. He snored, sleepwalked, talked in his sleep, and then snored some more. This was pretty much his routine sack time. We usually hit the sack about the same time every night at about 2,200 hours. That, folks, translates to about 10 o'clock at night. The night that would change my life forever was no exception. First, you must know a little history about Kunsan and the bloody battles that were fought there for more than 40 years, or 40 years ago. During the Korean conflict, Kunsan was an important seaport south of Seoul, along the coast of the Yellow Sea. Both sides battled fiercely to control this area throughout the war, and many soldiers on both sides, as well as civilians, lost their lives. Many atrocities were reported to have been committed against the captured Allied forces and sympathetic civilians. Out of respect for the families of the many victims, I will not comment any further about the war. After the war, a joint South Korean and American Air Force base was built over the old military site. As I stated, it was late in the fall of 1977. For 2 nights in a row, I'd been awakened from a deep sleep at exactly 0100 hours on the morning. There was no loud noise, no alert aircraft taken off, nothing to account for the sudden state of consciousness. Each time, I slowly opened my eyes, looked at my digital clock on the dresser, and with the soft light coming through the windows, I could see my roommate sleeping soundly across the room. Each time, lay there in bed and listened for an intruder. I arose and cleared the room, making sure everything was secure. It was on the 3rd night that I was again separated from my sleep. Again, it was exactly 0100 hours before I could move, listen to the sounds of an intruder again. Nothing. Nothing except this time, the feeling was different. Something was wrong. All of my senses were screaming at me. Kind of like just before you kick in a door on a drug bus.
I glanced around the room, every muscle tense, ready to defend myself. It was then that I saw it, and I can only describe it as a male figure in many shades of gray. He appeared to be of Korean descent, 5'2", stocky build, wearing long pants and shirt, open vest. He was standing in the middle of the room and facing the wall where my bed was. I just laid there as still as I could, and I visually searched him for a weapon, saw none. He looked more like a farmer than anything else. After a long moment, he moved forward to the foot of my bed, turned facing me, and slid sideways between my bed and my roommate's dresser. As he did this, I reached under my mattress and pulled out my bunk knife. Most of my body was still under the covers when the intruder stopped and just stared at me. I stared back, my right hand firmly holding the knife with a closed fist and the open blade facing forward. It seemed like a lifetime. But in those milliseconds, my mind raced. Could this be a lost civilian employee? Maybe he's drunk, just a harmless old man. Then I remembered who I was and the sensitive assignment that I was chosen to perform. I cursed the system for not allowing off-duty cops to carry their firearms. I surmised that this was an assassin, a Korean national paid to silence a young, idealistic American, i.e. me, who had gone deep undercover.
This guy's
to discover how
just fucking insane.
a month in supplies found their way off base. We'll save that story for another time. He just stood there, his arms at his sides, down at my feet, and I just lay there ready to strike. Then it happened. In an instant, the man leaned forward and reached out both of his hands. I responded with every ounce of strength I had, arched my back, and with one fluid movement, I slammed my backside down into the bed and flew forward, bringing my knife up in a tight arc, in a slashing motion across the man's throat. I didn't miss. I couldn't have missed. Why didn't my hand hurt? Where was the blood? I fell back onto my bed and just sat there trying to process what had happened. My knife hand flew right through his neck. It was at that moment that I realized that he was translucent. I was able to eke out a holy S-H-A.
This guy's just a
My heart was in my throat.
PTSD cop doing cop shit.
Back from my failed attempt, the spirit stood straight up, brought his hands to his sides, leaned forward, and what I can only describe as a startled look, he cocked his head to the left, just stared at me for about 5 seconds, and then with both hands reached down and touched the blanket that was still covering my feet. I felt the blanket tighten over my toes, and this lasted for about 3 seconds. Then he stood erect, slid out from the foot of my bed, and turned to the left, facing the windows, and moved forward. Continuing forward, he elevated about 3 feet into the air and vanished without a trace. And for privacy reasons, there's a little more that I'll hold back. What do you think that man saw? The idea, right? What we're talking about is real. I believe that. And if what we're talking about is real, then it goes a long way toward answering the biggest question of them all, doesn't it? Are we more than just physical beings? This is Coast to Coast AM. What follows is
coming to America.
If you have a really good story, then call me. If you don't, then sit back and listen. And by the way, one more time, the most astounding photograph you may ever see is on my website right now. It occurred during the Democrat debate Between Bradley, between Gore, there is obviously the image of some kind of evil entity. Or maybe you're going to say it's not evil, looks evil. Now, this is no Photoshop lash-up.
It's the reptilian. It's the reptilian energy vampire.
It's seen on the video.
Pedophiles.
And this is simply a grab photo from that. It's all over the net tonight since the man called last night. We've got it on the website tonight, and it's a blowaway. A total blowaway. You go take a look for yourself. You tell me what's there. A trick of light and shadows. Well, maybe. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for taking my call.
You bet. Where are you?
Grapevine, Texas. And I just thank you so much for giving the voice to stories like this.
Sure.
It's really the first time I've ever been able to really have really told the whole thing. And it started out really when I was 4 years old. And I've kind of, in the sense of something I've seen, the tricks of light or
shadow
like that, shadows. Yet as I get older, as I get a clarity now, I see things for what they truly were. And when I was 4 years old, let me just take you back quickly to I was in Key West, Florida, and it was a time where I didn't have a television or even saw a movie until I was 6 years old. I didn't have that whole environment pushing my mind.
Sure.
And I was living in Key West, Florida at the time. It was literally an Ernest Hemingway novel. And when I was 4 years old, I remember walking out the back of my grandfather's house and being literally blinded by the sun. Well, in Key West, Florida, that's nothing, an occurrence or anything like that. The thing that shocked me so much was the color of the blindness. It was almost like a rainbow effect. Well, as I turned, I remember as I was turning one way.
I will bully you, poke your booty. That's how it goes over here.
And to me, that was such a shock because
Darkest.
Seeing the sun or a rainbow.
Darkest is returned.
I remember the first thing I remember doing is just automatically reacting by looking to my left, and bam, the sun hits me. I remember then reacting back, going back to what I saw initially, and it was gone. And it was just until recently.
Darkest says good night.
Sure what it was.
This is an outrage, Darkest. This is an outrage, Darkest.
When we're a small child and we're uninhibited by so many of the societies.
Who do you think you are?
Yes.
Sleeping.
Yet had our minds shaped and filtered by the media.
Sleep when you're dead, Darkest. Sleep when you're dead.
The door slammed shut.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And I tell you what, then after that, it was almost, it was an amazing thing. I went to kindergarten, and I'm sitting there, I can remember sitting in kindergarten on a swing set. I'm 5 years old, still haven't gone to the TV route yet. In a private kindergarten, of all the things, but I'm off in a little corner just swinging away. I don't hear the bell, right? I'm kind of off in a little world. And I remember suddenly stopping and realizing there's nobody out there.
No, not really.
It went from like 500 kids.
Go get your sleep.
And I can remember the stillness. So,
yeah.
The ghost of Darkest. And then I could call up some sort of ghost story radio show and tell them all about how this Dutch art streamer's ghost is haunting my chat.
What am I watching? It was almost like watching almost like a 1920s back alley of what life was like there, and all of a sudden, bam, it was gone. And I was thinking, okay, this was strange.
Like some sort of time slip or something.
Exactly. It was almost like I'm a very old.
But all right, Darkest.
Ireland, just
have a good rest.
My family tree, I think somebody in Britain right now is working on it. It's so amazing. And I was
hopefully you feel better.
Play piano when 2 or 3 years old. Why there's carryovers.
Then obviously you're a firm believer in reincarnation.
Oh, much so.
That's the only way you get to be a very old soul. All right, sir. Well, thank you very much. But we come back.
And a good night to you, sir.
You know, the whole reincarnation scenario is utterly plausible. It is as plausible as anything else. And there are many, many good arguments in its favor, and I lean toward it. I embrace very little in life, actually, despite what you hear me talk about here on the air. You'd be quite
I do always enjoy that sort of philosophy.
lay my hands.
Since we technically cannot prove
Then That's a fact for me.
The meaning or nature of existence, therefore, anything you can possibly think of is equally plausible. And you should treat those thoughts as completely valid.
Hello. Mary Ann from Syracuse, New York.
Syracuse, great to have you.
WSYR.
Mm-hmm.
I live in a house where a lot of strange occurrences have happened. The house has been in our family since 1950.
Right.
And we had my aunt and her husband owned it. She passed away. We bought it.
Can you prove the non-existence of something?
I've had two strange
No? Well, then it exists.
one of them.
It might exist.
1989 in the fall, and I was sitting in my front parlor watching television. It was getting late, and so I turned the television off and laid down on the couch and covered up with a quilt. And I keep a light in my kitchen, which shines into my little dining room and then my parlor.
Sure.
And I have my phone in my dining room. And I fell asleep, and I woke up and I heard somebody talking, and I live alone. So I pulled the quilt from my head, and I'm looking into the parlor, and I see a man standing talking on my telephone.
In your house?
In my house. And my first thought was, I didn't lock the door. Somebody's getting in the house.
Of course.
And so I'm lying there very still because I figured maybe he can't see me, and maybe he'll just rob and get out of here.
Exactly what most people would do.
Right, and he's talking on the phone. I'm hearing him saying, oh, yes, I've got to get that done. I've got a lot of work to do. And he's going on and on about work, but I couldn't catch what he was talking about. And he was, a young man, probably in his 30s, and he had a baseball cap on.
So in other words, he was talking as though he were speaking on the phone and in his house.
Right, as if he came in from outside and said, oh, I got to call somebody.
Yeah, I've got you. I've got you, right.
So I'm just, oh my God, what is he doing? So I'm very, very quiet, but at the same time, I'm reaching. I had my coffee table there, and I'm reaching because I had a pair of scissors there, and I figure I'm going to get the scissors because if he comes in and tries to attack me, I'm going to attack him, you know?
Bingo. Yeah, of course.
So I'm lying there still, but my hand is going, and I hear him talking, and as I said, he was a young man in his 30s, he had a baseball cap on, a jacket, jeans. Yeah, I could see that he had like a blondish red hair, a beard. And I'm praying as I'm watching. He gets done with the phone, puts the phone down. He turns, he walks in the parlor, and I'm thinking, oh my God, here it comes. He looks at me, smiles, and walks to the wall. Disappears.
Walks through the wall.
Walks through the wall into my driveway. I jump up, look out, and there's nobody there. I came out, touched my phone, and it was warm because someone had been touched.
Oh, my.
But we did any strange.
Oh, my. And well, so what do you do after that? I mean, there you are standing with the phone in your hand, and it's warm, and you've just been through this and seen a guy walk through a wall. So
I just stayed up for quite a while after that. And we had very strange occurrences. When I went to the back room, I used to have somebody get in bed with me.
what?
Just to get in bed with me.
Oh, that's the worst. Now, if there's any sanctuary in the world, we all know it's the bed where you can pull the covers over
Well,
you.
you know, the thing with sisters, of course, you know when someone gets up in the night and they're walking back to bed, you can hear them breathing funny and walking, trying to get back into bed.
Yeah.
And I would wake up and I would see this, and the bed would go down, something would get into bed with me.
There would be a depression in the bed next
Yes, yes. And then something would get into bed with me, and I could feel it moving, lifting, cozy.
Cozy.
Yeah, like I said, we get pretty strange.
May I ask, now here's what I'm going to ask.
Okay.
How do you stop yourself from getting up and screaming bloody murder and running? Which would be what I do.
I was so scared. I did. Many times I would say to it, stay on your side, and I'll stay on mine.
Really? And that worked?
Well, many times it was, my sister also had the same thing happen when she would stay in the back room. And she said something would grab her and get into bed. And I said, yes, it happened to me too. And
I remember when you were kids, you drew lines down the middle of the bed. You said, there's a line. You don't come over on my side.
And then another thing I had on my phone, 2 years ago, I had to go in for a test on my heart.
Yes.
And I was waiting for the phone call, the doctor to schedule the test. And I didn't have an answering machine at the time. So I had to go out, and I came home, and my phone rang, and the man on the phone said, your appointment is such and such. And I said, yes. He said, when I was called a little while ago, he says, I talked to the gentleman, and he said,
God.
and I said, gentleman, I said, I'm sorry, sir, I live alone.
Yes.
He said, no, he said, I talked to the gentleman, and he said he knew that you were going in for a test. He was very worried about you. And he said that he said you would be home soon. You went to the store. And I said, no, you must have me mixed up with somebody else. I live alone. He said, no, the man's name was Frederick. And I assumed he was your father, which was my father's name. So I said to him, sir, you talked to a ghost, because my father died in 1979.
What did he say?
He was kind of petrified and said, no, he said, you're kidding me, aren't you? And I said, no. I said, I live alone. My father's name was Frederick, but he died here in the house in 1979.
Oh, my.
And you know that, when...
Spooky.
Of course.
Okay, another time I was sitting watching television, and I have a corner cabinet. And I looked up, and I saw this green film on the corner cabinet. And it was like green smoke. And I watched, and what is that? And I'm looking, and I'm trying to see if there's something from outside flashing. There's nothing. And it went behind my cabinet. So I asked a friend, and she said that what ghosts make as they're walking.
Yeah, I'd be at it. Might I ask how you managed to stay in the house? I mean...
Well, I'll tell you, because my parents both died in the house, and
yes.
I believe that they are here. I had an occurrence of my mother...
but I must say, in so many ways, that really bothers me, because, I mean, the implication is that you die in a house, and you remain there forevermore. I mean, that isn't really our idea, the Christian idea of an afterlife, to be unseen and only occasionally apparently heard or seen as green slime, and to continue in that way is just too much to think about.
Well, I do believe my mother is still around, because my aunt came in one weekend, and we were sitting in the front room, and we could smell, like, my mother would cook spaghetti sauce every time anybody came in.
Yes.
And my aunt said to me, Mary Ann, you smell that? And I said, it smells like spaghetti sauce. She said, it's your mother. She said, your mother cooks the sauce. And,
do you still live in that house?
Yes, I do. Yes, I own the house.
You own the house?
Yes, I do.
So then, in a lot of ways, the young man, who was the young man, do you think?
I don't know.
No idea at all?
No idea. No idea at all.
Wasn't part of your family?
No, because I was asked that. Did your father look like that when he was young? My father was dark. No.
Obviously, yes. The answer is no.
No, I don't know. I have a Native American friend, and she told me that it may have been someone who years and years ago was killed in this area, and his ghost still walks through the area. And she said because of the house, there could be a portal.
Yes.
And the ghost could be coming through.
Yes, well, that may be. But when something gets into bed with you and the bed depresses and it cozies up, I mean, I'd have a heart attack. I would have a heart attack. I'm sure I would.
I've been having things happen to me. My sister and I both have had things happen to us like that since we were children. If someone's going to die in the family...
So you're telling me then this is something you can actually get used to?
Yes. Oh, I'll tell you, with my, which I believe is my mother in the house, when I leave the house, I tell her to watch over it while I'm gone. And I feel that she's still in the house. But after she passed away, I didn't see her in the house.
Oh.
And we could not find out who the house was insured by. Because I would help with pay the insurance, but I didn't know who it was insured by.
Right.
And I came into the front parlor, and I turned, and how you see like a flash, you think it's something, shadow.
Corner of your eye.
Right. And I saw my mother. And then I turned, and I saw my mother. And she was young. My mother died of cancer, and she was very old when she died. This woman was young, very young, in her 30s. I can remember my mother when I was a child.
Like in her prime?
Yes. And I said to her, oh, Mom, I said, I really wish you'd come back. We miss you so. And she said, nothing would make me ever come back to this planet. And I said, have you seen God? Have you seen Jesus? She said, yes.
Yes.
That's what I would say. Nothing would ever make me come back to this planet.
Pay it. It's due Halloween. I called the insurance agent. She said, yes, it's due Halloween.
Dear, I'm going to go.
Okay.
That was a real beaut. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. See, that's what I'm talking about. Everything there was all right, pretty much, except the bed part, the depression, and the cozying up. No way. It's actually Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell, and that's all we're doing all night long. The stories are from all of you. Ghost stories. Real ghost stories. As the first hour just demonstrated graphically. Now, how much synchronicity do you all believe in? I believe in some. Not that much. Last night, a man called the program. Many of you will have heard it. And he said, hey, Art, did you know that there was a ghost or a demon right between Al Gore and Bill Bradley in the debate on television? And I said, no. And he said, yes, it's a demon. And I said, okay, fine. Send me something. I'll take a look. And it's all over the World Wide Web today. I mean, it's all, since that man called last night, it's everywhere. And right now it's on my website, and I'll be damned if it's not that. I may be damned anyway. But first of all, I want to assure you this is not political. Had this apparition appeared in a McCain-Bush debate, I'd have it up there tonight too, but it didn't. It's in this one. And for all you pixel people who think somebody went to Photoshop and whopped this one up, wrong, they didn't. This was visible on the videotape itself. It was visible live during the show. And somebody, well, actually many somebodies, have grabbed the picture, and it's on my website right now, and it's a blowaway. There is something that would appear to be an entity between these two men. I joked with him last night saying, which way was he looking, you know, more toward Bradley or toward Gore, and he said, no, right down the middle. And he's right down the middle. Now, this would be the kind of thing that I'm sure that we could have a NASA expert on who would, you know, explain away as a trick of light and shadows. But it seems like an awful lot of synchronicity to me since we were doing Ghost to Ghost tonight. Since that one man got through, since that one man told me about this, since it's all over the net now. You've got to see this. So anyway, we're telling ghost stories. More of that coming up. If you want to see the photograph, it's at www.artbell.com. Oh, and one more thing. If you have a good ghost photograph, and it's hard to believe we're going to get one better than the one they gave us in that political debate. God, this thing is incredible. But if you have a good ghost photo, send it to webmaster@artbell.com right now. Webmaster@artbell.com. Keith will receive and kind of pour through and pick the best of the bunch. And we'll get those up during the period of the night, the program tonight. And,
I have to see this photo. I'm gonna
go take a look.
I mean, I'm sure it's still online. I'm gonna look at it
In a moment, back to the lines. East of the
as
Rockies.
soon as I do that.
Hello there.
Morning, Art.
Hi. Where are you?
I am right now in commute between Nashville and Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right. Glad to have you.
My name is Corey, and I have a couple for you if I have time.
Well, give me your best shot first.
Okay, my best shot is one that actually happened to me. I was with a friend of mine out at a field near where I live in Knoxville, and we were walking around. We had our BB guns, and we'd heard stories that where we were at was a place where there was a lot of Civil War action.
Sure.
I don't know if that's actually true or not. I've not been able to find out any authenticity of that. But we were on what would be described like as a logging road. And we were walking down through there, and we were talking about the...
Gore Bradley.
We looked up, and
Ghost.
there were a pair of boots that were... we saw them at first. They started walking towards us, and all they were boots.
I know. Oh, slow down. You're on a road, and there's a pair of boots without a body, nor legs, nor anything else, walking toward you.
Right, and if you've ever been to any type of museum that has Civil War uniforms and stuff like that,
yes,
they resemble the boots that you would see with those type uniforms. They were dusty. They weren't polished or anything like that. They appeared to be old, like they'd been used. They walked up. They were walking towards us, and we kind of froze. We didn't know what to do. This was a few years, probably a few years back. We just stood there.
Freezing is one of two possibilities. If that happened, you either freeze or you run for your life. One of the two. Now,
it's all potato quality.
We both looked at each other. I bent down and tried to pick them up, and I couldn't grab them. And then they vanished.
Into thin air.
Into thin air. They were gone. We looked at each other again, and then that's when we both decided to do the second option, which was run.
Run. Yeah, I'm with you there.
We ran back to the house, and that was the last we went up onto that area. We were on motorbikes up in the woods. We ran back to them, went back to the house, and that was it.
That's one hell of a story.
And
that's really a true story?
Yes, sir, it is. It is. We told my dad about it, and he said he had heard about the Civil War deal going on around there and stuff like that, but he wasn't for sure exactly what all happened there, and so he tended to believe us a little bit too. So.
Well, look, I can't tell you how I appreciate your story, and I'm better you than me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care. Oh boy. Boots disconnected from bodies, not good. Evil entities between debating presidential candidates, definitely not good. I'm not going to get over this one for quite a while. I mean, nowhere in the news, nobody'd seen it. I get a call from a guy last night because he knows I'm doing a ghost show tonight. And I'll be damned if it's not real. And it is real. Now, the only thing you can argue with respect to this image is that it's some kind of trick of light and shadow, the NASA story. That's all you can argue. That's it. Otherwise, it was seen live. It can be seen on the videotape and on all the pictures circulating on the net since the call last night. It's just a total blowaway. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
This is Liddy calling from Redmond, Washington.
Hi, Liddy.
Hey, we listen to Como.
Como, yes, indeed. 50,000 watts right in the middle of the AM dial on 1,000.
That's right. Hey, had a story for you. My father was a victim of a homicide back in 1976. I was 9 years old.
Right.
And it was, the whole thing around that was just very bizarre. The early evening of his death, he dropped me off at my grandmother's where I was planning on spending the night. And, it's my dad, and he's just dropping me off at Grandma's. So I jump out of the car and run up the walkway. But something makes me stop and turn around and look at him. And we kind of just, he was in the car, I was standing on the sidewalk, and everything kind of slowed down. And I knew that, that was probably the last time I was going to see him. But, as a little kid, I just kind of walked away and didn't really think anything of it. As it turns out, I didn't stay at my grandmother's at the last minute. I stayed at my aunt's house. And we'd gone to bed, and about 11 o'clock that night, I woke with a start. Just not feeling well, sick to my stomach and everything. And I was uncomfortable, and things going on. So I get up, and I'm walking through the house by myself, and it's dark. And right as I walk past the phone, it rings. I pick up the phone, and someone says to me, "Your father's been shot."
Your father's been shot.
Exactly. And click, that was it. I got very sick, I vomited and everything. I ran to the bathroom and vomited, woke my aunt up, something's wrong. She's like, what? I said, the phone just rang. She's like, I didn't hear the phone ring. I said, yes, it did. The phone rang. And, no, you just had a bad dream. Go back to sleep. No, I can't go to sleep. So I went in, laid on the couch. She went to bed. It's his sister, my father's sister. She went to bed. I'm lying there on the couch, and I know something's wrong. So I get up, and I call my uncle, my mother's brother, and I ask him to let my grandmother know that something's happened to my father. And he's the same way. He's like, no, just go, you just had a bad dream. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, I'm trying to convince people, and I'm getting so upset and so distraught that my aunt starts paying attention to me. Within an hour, my grandmother was over at the house, and a friend of hers had called her to let her know that my father had been in an accident. They didn't know that he'd been shot, that he'd been in some sort of accident. And I'm trying to convince them he's dead. And immediately, of course, they think I'm overreacting. I know he's been shot, he's been dead. And sure enough, right around that same time that I got the phone call, a little bit after 11, is right around the time that he died. And to this day, my uncle knows that I did call him to tell him that my father was dead, but no one else can, confirm the fact that I heard the phone ring, that I picked up the phone.
Doesn't matter, obviously it happened. Did you recognize the voice on the phone?
No, I didn't.
It was a strange...
It was a strange, I didn't recognize it as my father. To this day, I've thought about it. I don't know who the person was. And the thing is, no one knew other than my grandmother and that I had gone to spend the night at my aunt's house at the very last minute.
So they couldn't have even known you were there?
No.
You've thought about it, I'm sure, many, many years.
Oh, many a year.
What do you think? What do you think?
To be honest, I don't know. I do not know. My mother and I, obviously years later, we've talked about this, and there were several weird occurrences around that. At the same time that I woke with a start, she woke with a start, and she was maybe 15 miles away. And, just feeling kind of sick to her stomach, knowing something was wrong.
All right, as I'm trying to consider the prospect of spirits beyond life, I absolutely understand that a human mind, we have very complex minds, and it may well be that when somebody close to you dies, there's a blast of energy that, and it's because we hear all these stories of people who literally feel it when somebody close to them dies or know it in some way. But when you add the dimension of a phone ringing and somebody telling you that your father has been shot and is dead,
right,
then you've crossed the line from what a living human brain can do, in my opinion, or might be able to do if you stretch your imagination, into an entire other area, the kind of area that I've been talking about tonight.
Oh, definitely. I totally agree. I mean, as a 9-year-old, there's clearly, I'm open to so many different things, and I don't have all these, preconceived notions of anything. And, and the only one that can back up my story is my uncle, who says that I did call him before anything really happened, but no one so far has, admitted to calling me. No one knew I was there.
How old are you now?
I'll be 33 in March.
I sure appreciate your call.
Hey, thanks a lot, Art. Love your show.
Thank you. You see, that crosses the boundary, and the boundary, to me, is the ability, the artifact of a living human brain. Call it telepathy, call it whatever you want to call it, but when you add this dimension of the physicality of a phone ringing with a strange voice, telling you something that it would not be possible for you to be told at that time. You decide. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
George.
Hi, George. How are you?
Hi, I'm calling from Oakland.
Yes.
I got a story that goes, oh, by the way, I'm looking at your website. Yeah, that photo is very frightening.
Is that something or what? I mean...
You can see the horn. My God.
I know. I just... the guy called me. Did you happen to hear the call last night?
No. Oh, you didn't hear the... Okay, the guy called and said, Art, you're not going to believe this. You know, I know you're doing Ghost to Ghost tomorrow night. And I must be honest with you, I really didn't believe it. I mean, an evil entity between the two Democrat candidates in a debate? Something that could be seen live on TV? Wow. I didn't believe it, but...
None of the network reported this, right?
No, are you kidding? Give me a break. You honestly think they would report this kind of thing? The only place you're going to hear about that is here.
Yeah. Anyway, let me tell you.
Wait. We're running short on time. I do want to ask your opinion on something.
Sure.
If you were walking down a road and you saw a pair of bodiless boots walking toward you, what would you do?
I'd run the other way.
You'd run the other way. Can you afford to hang on a line through the break?
I sure can. No problem.
All right, then please do that. So for the guy with the boots, boots, I couldn't resist. Sorry.
You keep saying you got something for me. Something you call
Wait, my...
boots on. One of these days these boots are on.
Wait, my story goes back in 1975. My girlfriend and I were driving back to Idaho where I was going to school. We were headed towards Yellowstone Park and going towards Montana East Gate. And we were driving in a little yellow Volkswagen around midnight, and it was kind of snowing. And picture a two-lane road with tall trees between and no moon or nothing, or headlights.
Gotcha.
And the snow was falling and slushy. And all of a sudden, there was this figure I saw walking right in the center of the road, walking the same direction as me. In other words, her back was towards us.
It was a her?
It was a lady. And at first I noticed her, and I told my girlfriend, I said, when I see this girl walking out here in midnight, it's probably about 30 degrees out.
Right.
And the closer we got, the more detail you make out. And in fact, I was going to roll down my window and say, hey, listen, you need some help.
Sure.
But you noticed that she was wearing very, very old, I guess, 19th century garb clothing. And she had these hobnail boots, and she had a long shawl and around her shoulders, and then her hair was long brown hair down probably a little bit below her shoulder blade. And the closer we got, we noticed something weird was that her hair was completely dry. It was not even wet, like you would expect somebody
in the middle of a snowstorm. Yeah,
exactly. And I was just about to roll down my window, and my girlfriend goes, "Don't even stop! Don't even look! She's a ghost!" And that freaked me out because I was just about ready to slow down. She said, "Don't even look in the mirror. She has no face." So,
oh my God!
Away. You can imagine, here we are putzing along a little Volkswagen, and I just slowly moved over to the right and to avoid hitting her, and I just moved on. And when we got to the gate, the ranger said, "Sorry, but the path is closed tonight due to the snow." You mean we got to go back? And he says, "Well, there's a little motel about half a mile."
So you're thinking you got to drive back by this ghost?
Oh, geez, we were scared out of our wits. So, anyways, we got to this motel, and fortunately, the guy still had a room available. And as soon as we got in the room, we just locked the door and put the chair up against the wall.
And I take it the rest of the night was uneventful.
Oh, the rest of the night we couldn't sleep.
All right, my friend, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the story. So, oh my, an entire figure until you get up to it, and then no face. I wouldn't be stopping either, would you? Well, a ghost wouldn't be affected by weather conditions, would it? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello there, Art. How are you?
I'm okay.
This is Tony in Oklahoma City.
Yes, sir.
I got a couple of pretty weird ones.
Well, give me your best shot.
Oh, they're both pretty good. I don't know which one. I'll give you... It was probably about 1965, and my brother and I both were real Beatle freaks, and I had this portable record player, stereo.
Right.
And we had this in the kitchen, and we were playing Beatle records, Beatle albums on the thing.
Sure.
and there was nobody else home in the house. And the living room is like 15, 20 feet away. And Beatle album's playing, and we're sitting there listening. And there's a voice in the living room singing along with the record, as clear as a bell.
Another voice.
Uh-huh.
Not one of the Beatles.
No.
You're sure it's not one of the Beatles?
Absolutely not. And there's no other speakers. The speakers were right there in front of us.
The voice is coming from where?
The living room, about 20 feet away. We both walked into the living room.
Nobody else was supposed to be home?
No.
You walked into the living room.
And there was the voice, as clear as a bell.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Just a voice?
Just a voice. Nothing else there.
Oh, man.
Then another time, at a friend's house. I was probably about 14.
Well, wait a minute. Did the voice just stop when the music stopped? How did it stop?
I don't really remember how it stopped.
You must have been in shock.
Well, no, not really, because there was weird things happening all the time. Footsteps, bumping into something that wasn't there, lights going on and off by themselves.
Anyway, you were going to say another time.
I was about 14, and we were at a friend's house, and he was into car models, and I was. And we were sitting on the floor rolling a car back and forth to each other. And I was sitting on the floor, and my back was against a couch. And he rolled the car to me, and I missed it. It went under the couch. I lifted the, like a little skirt thing on the bottom of the couch.
Sure.
Lifted it up, looked under there, saw where the car was, stuck my hand under to reach for the car. Right in front of the car, where the car was a foot.
A foot?
A foot.
Under the couch?
Under the couch.
A human foot. Not a boot, not a shoe.
A naked foot.
A naked.
I felt the instep and up to the ankle. And I looked, and whatever this thing, I mean, it was absolutely there. It was. I felt it.
A foot under the couch?
Yes.
Which you laid your hands on and felt physically?
Yes. And I could swear it was not a human foot.
Well, what kind of foot was it?
I don't know. It felt cold and kind of like leathery or something.
Oh, my God. Well.
And
oh, at least. All right, sir.
One other thing.
Oh.
There was a.
Like that's not enough.
There was a friend of ours who lived across the street, and he had like 8 or 9 kids. This is similar to that lady who said that her father was dropping her off and she knew she would never see him again.
Yes.
Well, I was going out to the school bus, and this guy had about 8 kids, and he was a flight engineer for Pan Am, I believe.
Right.
And he would fly all over the world. And usually, whatever kids were around, he would say goodbye to and whatever. But this particular day, I found out later he had to say goodbye to every one of his kids before he left for this trip. And he was walking down the street with one of his kids, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, direct eye contact. And I can't explain what it was, but I knew that he knew he wasn't coming back.
What happened to him?
He was on his way back from, it was his first flight. He'd been training for years for a engineer on a jet airliner.
Right.
It was 707s were just new at that time.
Right.
And it was his first flight on a 707. And he was flying from Africa back into Kennedy, and the plane was hit by lightning and blew up.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. That's triple witching. Thank you very much for the call and the stories. Yikes. Oh, my God. If a little car ran under a couch, like that story he told, and you would do just as he did, you'd lift up the little thing, look under the couch and see a foot. Notice I didn't say human. And then have the cojones to reach into there and grab this cold, what did he say? Scaly sucker? Kind of scaly? Cold. And touch it and feel it. Under the couch. A foot. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Ken in Phoenix.
Hi, Ken. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Getting nervous with all these stories that everybody's telling.
Yeah, the boot story, the foot story.
Yeah, that'd been me. My hand would have been out of there, and I would have been out of the house.
2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Yes. Anyway, the reason I'm calling is about my daughter.
Your daughter?
Yes. She talked to her grandmother. Her grandmother has been dead for 5 years now.
Have you seen The Sixth Sense yet?
Yes. And there's a lot of similarities with my daughter. The first time she told me about it, I was at work, and when I got home, my roommate told me, call your daughter, she's real upset.
How old is your daughter, or was your daughter at that time?
She was 11 at the time.
11?
Yes.
So you called her?
Yes. And I talked to her mom.
Yeah, had she known, how many years prior had your grandma died?
Her grandma had died,
grandma, I'm sorry.
about a year and a half before.
Year and a half, so she would have been about 9 and a half.
Right.
Okay.
And so I called, and they said, Kimberly's real upset. She won't tell us what's wrong. She wants to talk to you.
Uh-huh.
So I go over, and I talk to her, and she says, Daddy, Grandma's here.
Uh-huh.
I said, what do you mean, Jimmy?
All right, everyone.
I see Grandma in the house.
Time to end it.
We're sitting around the table talking to her, and she says, Grandma's behind Mommy right now.
So,
And my ex-wife said
I shall be back tomorrow.
and my daughter says, Grandma's putting her hand on Mommy's shoulder and saying everything's
See you then.
And how long did this continue?
It's still going on.
It's still going on?
Yes. She's 15 now, and every now and then she'll tell me, oh, I talked to Grandma today.